The CoCo Crew Podcast is hosted by Cyber Ears. If you are serious about your podcast hosting needs, you should check out Cyber Ears. Whether you are a podcaster, a radio host, a musician, a narrator, an audiobook author, or simply a school, church, corporation, or anyone else with an audio recording that needs to be hosted or distributed, you should check out cyberears.com. Unlimited bandwidth, fast, reliable, and rugged servers with no hidden fees. Cyber Ears. Your audio, your terms.
It's a blast from the past.
Please listen carefully.
CoCo.
Welcome to the CoCo Crew Podcast. A delicious adventure into the world of retro computing news and information. Featuring the Tandy Color Computer.
Hey, you got your CoCo 3 yet?
CoCo.
All right. Welcome, CoCo Cruisers, back to episode 29 of the CoCo Crew Podcast. Yay! I am one of your hosts, John Linville. I'm joined by our usual crowd, plus one. Hello, Mike Rowan.
Hello.
Hello, Neil Blanchard.
Hello, everyone. Or for Boise, it's Neil Blanchard.
That's right. And, of course, Bienvenue, Boise Pete. Is that French? Or, yeah, well, anyway, welcome, Boise.
Comment les affaires, gentlemen? How is everybody?
Doing very well here. Doing very well. Everyone else, I assume, is doing well?
Yes, sir.
Coming on just a couple of weeks past our Tandy Assembly event. We all should be reasonably recovered now. And I think we had a good event. We'll probably talk about that a little bit later in the show. So I definitely want to say it was a big success and exceeded my expectations. So very good, very good. I think we'll probably be having another one in roughly a year or so from now. So go ahead and start making your plans for some vacation time next October. We'll have to announce further details when we actually get them. So there you go. Tandy Assembly is roughly a year away from now. That'll be the second annual when we get there. But coming up in about 6 months, we have this will be 27th annual CoCo Fest. Is that right? Wow. 27th annual last Chicago CoCo Fest. Coming up in Lombard, Illinois, and that'll be, why am I not seeing the date? Well, it's sometime in April. April 21st and 22nd of 2018. Very exciting. Anyway, so I know you guys are all recovering from Tandy Assembly. I know, so I've been involved a bit this month with some retro challenge judging. I haven't done much of the actual challenge part, but what else is everyone up to? Anyone got a good project rolling?
I'm working on something, but I'm not ready to talk about it. And like you said, recovering from Tandy Assembly. It's been an extremely busy month. So after this podcast, I think I can breathe.
Exactly. Exactly. But Neil, did are you working on anything now?
No, not at the moment.
Still catching your breath?
Yeah, still catching up here with the regular day job, but then I'm going to get back into the projects.
Cool. How about you, Boise? You got anything in the hopper?
Well, yeah, I went to Tandy Assembly and kind of got motivated. So when I got back, I started working on DriveWire for the Mac server. So Tim Leonard and I have been kind of doing some coding on the side. Of course, it's only for the Mac, of course, but kind of getting it up to snuff, similar features on parity with the DriveWire Java server.
Cool. So is the Mac not like in the Java server these days, or did you just think that you needed to do some specific improvements?
Yeah, it seems to me that the DriveWire Java server that Aaron wrote, which is pretty robust, but there were some issues of launching it on the Mac, and it just feels a lot heavier. So we've had this project in the works for a while. We just haven't really extended it. So we're extending it with the different feature sets, networking, and so forth.
That's great news.
Yeah, you're a Mac user, right, Mike?
Yes. So I would be happy to, because it seems like it's been broken for a long time, just mostly due to Java updates. It's broken. So
yeah, right. So and it kind of sucks that we don't have a single language that supports everything, every platform. But it's the platform I work on, so that's what I'm focusing on.
Right. Well, there's a Java write once, read never, or write once and half run everywhere. I forget.
Yeah.
Write once, cry the rest of your life.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't down it too much. My employer does plenty of Java, has plenty of Java clients, I shall say, or customers, I should say. But I don't do Java much myself, so I feel free to joke. Well, okay, we got like I said, we're all still recovering a bit from projects, but the bug on eBay always bites us. Anybody got any cool pickups lately?
Well, it wasn't eBay this time, but I'll tell you, did I ever hit a pickup?
Oh yeah.
The day after Tandy Assembly, so I just get home, and I went and picked up a huge lot. I drove 4.5 hours northwest to go score a huge CoCo lot.
Wow. We hate you.
Couldn't say no to it, but it's just funny. I spent another full day on the road, and my wife goes, "Are you crazy?" I'm like, "Well, maybe,
That's awesome.
That's cool. Anyone else pick up anything cool?
I haven't picked up anything, but I've been looking, and there are more CoCo 2s than I can remember of being for sale. It just seems like there's a new one or two every day.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's good or bad. Does that mean people are getting rid of them, or it means people realize the value of them and don't throw them out? It could be good, it could be bad. Hopefully it's just people realizing the value and finding homes for them.
Speaking of CoCo 2s, I keep looking for you, Boise. There was 6 in this lot.
You know what I'm talking about, right? The elusive 26-3136B CoCo 2. Right. Thank you, Neil. I've been looking for years, and it just never shows up.
It was a part of why I wanted to go get this lot, because when he said there was 6 CoCo 2s in there, I'm like, there might be a good chance one of those will be that model. But unfortunately not.
No, that is an elusive model. Well, I didn't do too much this month, but I did pick up a couple of CoCo software tapes from the UK. But they are from the land of the dragon, but they do say on the cases that they're for the CoCo. So that's pretty cool. And I picked up something I didn't know about, but it's a joystick with the 9-pin connector, like for an Atari, single button. Selectable. It's got a mechanical switch on the bottom, so it can be either 4-way or 8-way. I mean, it'll restrict you. For 4-way, you can't go in the corners. But the joystick is branded Archer, which was of course a Radio Shack house brand. And so I was never really aware that Archer had a Atari style joystick, but I thought it was cool, so I picked it up. So seems pretty nondescript overall, but still it satisfied my collecting urge.
Definitely.
You could try that with the joypad adapter.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Cool.
Well, I know 3 of us did pick up at Tandy Assembly. We got Brendan Donaghy's CoCo VGA.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's definitely a good score.
Yep.
And Boise, you went ahead and pushed some of that code out to the Nitrous 9 repository to support that, right?
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's another thing I'd worked on when I got back.
So very cool stuff. I think I said repository. Of course, I mean repository.
Yeah, Yeah, 64 by 32 text driver
Yeah.
for the for level 1. Yeah.
Is that released, Boise? Is it done?
Yeah, well, it's written, and I committed it, and I believe it was merged into the Nitrous 9 project.
Very
Awesome.
cool.
So
Great.
yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yep. Very cool. All right. Well, that's enough to get us warmed up. So why don't we take a break, get a message from our sponsors, and we'll be back with some announcements.
Gimme Soft presents Max Sound. Gimme Soft presents Max Sound.
Gimme Soft presents Max Sound.
Max Sound presents Gimme Soft. Max Sound is a hardware-software, high-quality audio recording station designed for the new Color Computer 3 by Lucas Industries 2000. Max Sound allows you to store real music and voices in the Color Computer 3. Max Sound will provide hours of fun for the whole family. From Helsinki to Christchurch, Max Sound, the quality recording studio of the 80s. From Gimme Soft.
All right. Welcome back, CoCo Cruisers. And now we're here for some announcements. Of course, we are the CoCo Crew Podcast. We are available to interact with you on Twitter, where our handle is at CoCo Crew Podcast. That's at CoCoCrewPodcast. And, of course, similarly, we have a Facebook group. If you want to find that, you can, of course, the link is in the show notes, or you can just search for the CoCo Crew Podcast. That's 4 words. I'm not going to spell that, but the CoCo Crew Podcast on Facebook. We are also, of course, available as a podcast on iTunes and on Google Play. And we're available for streaming on Stitcher and on TuneIn. CoCo Crew Podcast is a member of the Throwback Network. The Throwback Network, of course, is a collection of retro-themed podcasts, most of them centered around 80s cultural icons, old computers, video games, nostalgia, old TV shows, all that sort of thing. So if you're trying to get your retro on and you're not satisfied with just the CoCo Crew Podcast, then we recommend you check out the Throwback Network. Well, similarly, we are listed on the Game by Game Podcast Information Hub. This is also a collection of retro-themed podcasts, although in this case, the themes are strictly old computer video game based. So if you are trying to get your retro nerd on, you may want to start with the Game by Game Podcast Information Hub and look for other similarly themed podcasts about old computers and video games. Audio for the CoCo Crew Podcast is, of course, hosted on Cyber Ears. If you have a need to host audio on the internet, we recommend that you check out Cyber Ears, where you will get your audio on your terms. Should you feel the need to reach out to the members of the CoCo Crew Podcast, we have some email addresses set up for that. If you want to reach all the regular hosts, then you can reach us at show@cococrew.org. That's SHOW@COCOCREW.org. Podcast@cococrew.org or feedback@cococrew.org. And if you, for some reason, want to restrict your communications to just one of the regular hosts, I'm available as John, JOHN, @cococrew.org. Neil is available as Neil, NEIL, @cococrew.org. And Mike, of course, is available as Mike, MIKE, @cococrew.org. So that is our standard rack of announcements. At this point, we typically address retro-themed events that we'd like our listeners, we think our listeners would be interested in and want to make you aware. I think this one is left over from last month, but it's still going on. Retro Challenge 2017/10. That's for October 2017. Retro Challenge events last for 1 month at a time, October 1st to 31st in this case. The event is more than halfway through. There has been a halftime report published as of this week, 3/4 of the way through, but we'll still call it a halftime report. It's probably a bit too late for anyone to enter, but, you may want to check it out and get a feel for it. Maybe you can join us again in the spring. Yeah, so that's a Retro Challenge, October 1st to 31st of 2017. Moving on to events that you actually go to, we have Free Play Florida 2017. This is, let's see, where is this? This is Free Play Florida by Byte Amusement Group, and it is in Orlando at SeaWorld, November 17th through 19th, 2017. Very tempted to go to this one. So Free Play Florida, a 3-day celebration of the history, artistry, competition, and creation of electronic gaming of all kinds. Driven by the enthusiastic gamers of the Southeast. Over 200 arcade and pinball games, hundreds of consoles, and countless things to learn, play, and see. The 19th of November is, of course, my birthday. I'm very tempted to go and celebrate my birthday down in Florida, but I'm not sure I'm actually going to make it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I won't. But
treat yourself.
I do that fair enough. Anyway, but my loss, it's not really my loss in your game, but just because I'm not going doesn't mean you shouldn't. So go and have fun. Let me know how it is, and maybe I'll make it next year. Moving on from there, on the website here that says December 9th through 10th of 2017, the World of Commodore. This is in what? Toronto. Yep. Toronto. I'm going to say it like an American. That's Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Neil, this is your favorite event outside of the Tandy World. Why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, well, it's first of all, I can't believe it's a little over a month away already. I mean, that's come fast. Definitely a good event, even if you're not in a Commodore. Like I said before, there is other booths and exhibits there. Just a fun gathering, And Walter's there, Josh is there. He usually has his paper tape reader running. Yeah, it's a good time.
Cool. All right. Well, moving on from the cold northeast, beyond the northeast, the cold reaches of Canada, to the Pacific Northwest of the United States. February 10th or 11th, 2018 will be Vintage Computer Festival, or VCF, Pacific Northwest. That will be held at the Living Computer Museum and Labs in Seattle, Washington. So if you're in or near the Pacific Northwest region of the United States and have a taste for vintage computing, I definitely suggest you make some plans to get out to the VCF event there in February. I think this is going to be their first event at that location. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I think so. All right. So, like you said, go. If you go, let us know. Go and represent the CoCo or other Tandies, and let us know how you do. All right. Moving on. Still in February 17th to 18th, 2018. This is in my neck of the woods. The Playthrough Gaming Convention 2018 held at the Raleigh Convention Center in Raleigh, North Carolina. I didn't go last year, so I'm not really sure, but the pictures look good. A lot of gaming going on. It looks like a lot of PC gaming and some of their promotional stuff. I think there's cosplay, so, you want to go and try to hook up as a CoCo Cat or whatever. That's on you. Not judging.
What do you normally go as?
I normally go as a fat middle-aged man.
I've got that costume too.
Yeah. Anyway, the Playthrough Gaming Convention, again, that is, I've lost it. February 17th and 18th of 2018 in Raleigh, North Carolina.
A lot of people were there from last year's pictures. It was a nice gathering.
Yeah, I think it was pretty well attended. They have a few events kind of like that in the area, the larger area here. I've been to a couple of them, but never to that particular one. Anyway, like I said, it's gaming stuff. You get a lot of people there playing, like Magic the Gathering or whatever, and Pokemon and whatever else. So It's not exactly a retro crowd, but if you're into gaming conventions, why not? Anyway, okay, coming up next on our list. This is for the next 6 months, our big event, the 27th annual Last Chicago CoCo Fest in Lombard, Illinois, where you will be able to touch the heron.
Yeah.
This is a cool event. It's for years the only event for our particular kind of nerdery. So where all the CoCo Crew guys met. Long-running event, lots of CoCo stuff, obviously. The origin of the no minimum bid auction.
That's where it all started.
Highly recommended, especially if you're a CoCo person. Make
Absolutely.
it out to Lombard, Illinois, April, where is it? 21st and 22nd, April 21st and 22nd, 2018. Tickets at the door of 2-day event are $15 for the first family member, $5 for the second family member, and beyond. Sunday only tickets are $10 and $5. Children aged 12 and younger are admitted for free. So, you want to drag your brat along, go ahead, bring them. They're free.
Start saving your pennies. You got 6 months.
That's 6 months to plan. We always get a few people, if I'd only had known, how can I get out there? Can somebody take a picture or buy something for me or whatever because I just can't make it? Well, I'm sure there are hardships, but, failure to plan is the biggest hardship. So start planning now, make your way out to Illinois. It's not that bad a trip. It's a pretty good place to visit. So coming out, 27th annual Last Chicago CoCo Fest. I'll be there.
And if you have any projects, get those on the roll too.
Get
6
them
months.
going. Good place to, if you're looking to sell items that you've built or designed or whatever. It's a good place to buy stuff that other CoCo people have built or designed. It's a good place to trade ideas about how to do projects. It's a good place to go and trade ideas about how to finish old games and all kinds of stuff like that. So come on out. All right, last item on our list, on our schedule for the coming year, for now, until we learn of new stuff. Again, it's Kansas Fest 2018, and that is scheduled for July 16th through 22nd of 2018, Kansas Fest. This is basically summer camp for Apple II nerds. A pretty cool event, several days running of going into a lot of technical discussions and a lot of time to rub elbows with other retro geeks, play old video games and program stuff, participate in programming contests, all sorts of stuff. And of course, it is Apple II centric, but it's all right. It washes off. No, it's a pretty good group of folks. I like the Kansas Fest folks. Wish them luck. Last year they sold out last year, so I don't know how that's going to affect their venue for this year. I don't think there have been any announcements about that just yet. Probably won't be able to register for another couple of months, but you may want to keep an ear to the ground and start checking that out if you're interested in attending Kansas Fest.
Selling out,
All
that's
right.
a good problem to have.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we almost had that at Tandy Assembly, but not quite yet.
Yeah, it's close.
All right. Well, that is our stack of announcements, and so we are going to take another little break, and we'll be back with some news.
Tandy Assembly would like to thank our sponsor, Boise Pete. Boise is co-author of CoCo, The Colorful History of Tandy's Underdog Computer, available from Amazon.com. This book is the go-to source for information about the history of the Tandy color computer. In addition to being a color computer historian, Boise has been a longtime supporter and developer of OS 9 and Nitrous 9 operating systems. He is also a software developer for Cloud 9. Thank you to Boise Pete for being a Tandy Assembly sponsor.
Welcome back, CoCo Cruisers. Now it's time to talk about some news. First item on our news docket it comes from Adafruit. The title, Mostly True Tales, the Radio Shack TRS-80 Modem 1. And this is, well, I guess it's part interview and part just right up from someone we know from the Facebook group of Paul. Is it Schreiber or Schreiber? Do you know, Boise?
I think it's Schreiber.
Okay, Paul Schreiber. Paul tells the story of being basically an intern and working at Radio Shack Tandy back in the day, and moving on to doing the design for the Modem 1, which was that was one of those modems where you dial the phone yourself until you heard the tones and flick a switch and hang up. Those were the days, weren't they?
I've got one right next to me right now.
I experienced that modem for the first time last year at VCF East, New Jersey.
East. Oh, so there's pretty good pictures in here. Some nice wiring jobs and a lot of, chip porn or whatever. Anyway, so pretty cool stories. Some Tandy Radio Shack history. Entertaining. It's on the Adafruit site, so how bad could it be, right? So check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. Moving on, got a little announcement here. The PC Retro Motherboard Kit from MTM Scientific. So this is not CoCo at all, but I think a lot of people in the community are fond of a certain amount of kit building. Taking chips and putting them on boards and soldering them down and such. This case, the kit is for a reproduction of the IBM PC 5150, which of course is the IBM PC, the one that started it all. Probably not something everyone would love, but it looks kind of cool. It definitely appears to be faithful to the original. So if you have a need for an original 5150 and you're having trouble finding one on eBay, or at least paying the prices that you'll pay there, then this might be an option for you. What do you think, Mike? I know I can feel the force of you wanting to get one of these.
Yeah, I mean it's a neat kit. It would be a fun build, and get a monochrome monitor for it might be fun.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool to have.
You can run CPM on it.
And well, there you go. Why run something practical, right? Well, moving on, we've got a link to, this is a link to archeogaming.com. I think I may have found this through Gamma Sutra originally, but it says the subtitle of the website, Exploring the Archaeology in and of Video Games. So anyway, I think it's kind of a cool site for people that are into old software and old video games in general. I'm not sure it quite goes all the way back to the kind of video games we typically play, but you never quite know what these sorts of things will lead to, right? Anyway, this particular article talks about finding emergent behavior in video games, and well, I guess the title says what the archaeology of video game complexity. So it's, it might have a bit of an academic edge to it, talking about levels of complexity and in software, and how the more complex the software gets, the more it does, things you didn't expect.
Yeah.
Anyway, not strictly CoCo by any means, but I think, if you have the right mindset, you might enjoy it. So take a look, kill some time.
I know there have been plenty of games that I expected to be entertaining.
All right, so the next link that you just barely started hearing the beginning of is a quick look at the Dragon DMMC and Explorer. So for those that aren't aware, there's a kind of a new kid in town called the I thought it was called the Dragon MMC. Here it seems to be referenced as the Dragon DMMC. I don't know. Maybe that's just a typo. Anyway, the Dragon MMC is kind of like the British equivalent or the Dragon equivalent of the CoCo SDC, a way to plug SDC or MMC cards, I guess, into your Dragon or your CoCo and play your software images off of the more modern media format. And so this video is a demo of the new product and to demonstrate some of its features and how it works and that sort of thing. So get a chance, you may want to take a look. And I think there are some still available. There probably will be more. And so if you are a Dragon user, or even if you are a CoCo user, you may have an interest and want to take a look. Either of you guys got one of these yet?
Yeah, I picked one up. I haven't tried it out yet, but it definitely looks cool. That's a long card too.
Yeah, I've got one, but I haven't played with it yet. But it looks like a a nice addition to the community of devices, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, there's some other neat features on it too that the other ones can't do. So it's kind of it's useful in some other ways.
Yeah, well, like it's got special features for loading cassette images. I think that's one of them.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, so pretty neat device. Hopefully we'll see that expand in its usage in the Dragon community at least, and maybe the CoCo community as well. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Video.
Yeah. All right, moving on, we have a link to something on the Color Computer group, which is mostly just left in here because I thought it was interesting to see what kind of failures you can sometimes see on a device while you're still working on it. The Jim Brain was nice enough to post a picture of a failure mode he was having on his CoCoMem 4 meg RAM expansion while he was not quite finished with it. He's got a couple of pictures there, and one shows the screen kind of filled with junk for, that was the question is, why is this all here? The other one shows shows his device in his CoCo with a bunch of wires run to it, presumably from a logic analyzer. So it's kind of cool, a little techno porn. So anyway, that's why I included it. I thought it was a cool piece of news. The CoCoMem actually did get released a little bit. I'll talk about that a little bit later in the news segment. Okay, so moving on. The next item in the list. Well, of course, you wouldn't expect us to go very long without hearing from Jim Gary. So Jim Gary here has a video. It's titled Flight, all capitals, Flight, Successful Landing. So, it appears we have some sort of flight simulator for the MC-10. I don't know how faithful a simulation this is, if it is really doing all the math of a real flight simulator, or it's more of a, who knows. But it looks like you can at least get the feeling of a flight simulator on your MC-10. That's pretty damn impressive just by itself, whether he's faking it or really doing all the calculations. Either way, still pretty impressive. You guys ever do a flight simulator on your MC-10?
No, can't say I have.
Not on the 10. I was a pilot, so I think looking at the video, it would kind of be like flying after drinking several rum and cokes.
Well, again, that
could be
sounds
fun
like the
too.
voice of experience. So, I like that. My quips out. I was a pilot. Nobody said really. It was, of course he was. That's a talented guy right there, Myro. All right. Well, moving on to the next.
Hi, it's
Uh-oh.
time
Oh,
again.
no.
What is that?
I recognize that voice.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Well, he'll just have to wait a little bit longer. Uh-oh. Yeah. Okay. Now we're ready. The next item on our list, a news item. This is from the Dallas News. I'm surprised it's not from whoever that other was that had all the previous Radio Shack stories that we never heard of. Anyway, the Dallas News reports the 50 people left at Radio Shack headquarters will be moving out of downtown Fort Worth. So apparently the Banker & Company's headquarters staff, down to about 50 people, will relocate from the west end of campus along Trinity River, now owned by Tarrant County College. They're moving to a space in a warehouse on Terminal Road north of Fort Worth Stockyards. So,
Time.
I don't know if that's good news or bad news. It's probably kind of a neutral news other than if you have to move the equipment yourself. But, it does sound like Radio Shack is still trying to plod along. Maybe they'll come back in some form or fashion eventually. Maybe not. It's a little hard to tell. I don't think we got it elsewhere in the news thing. There was a kind of a rumor that Adafruit had bought them, and I think Adafruit kind of played up the notion, but I think it may have turned out that they just had bought some old stock certificates from the Radio Shack auction, and they were kind of fooling people, which is a little sad. I was hoping that Adafruit would pick up Radio Shack, but alas, I don't think that actually happened.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. Oh, well. Well, that's the news. So we're moving on. Next link comes from Gamma Sutra. We have Gamma Sutra links on here pretty regularly. It's a website kind of for game designers, kind of bounce off and ideas off each other and talk and stuff. Anyway, they occasionally have articles that I think are relevant to retro game stuff, and this one I think says Game Design Essentials 20 Atari games. And by Atari in this case, of course, it means the Atari 2600. I think it's limited to that. I'm not clicking through them all right now, but certainly early games by Atari. I think they're mostly 2600 games anyway. Point being is, there are things about old games that are still relevant for people designing new games. And so, if you are thinking about writing games either for the CoCo or for some other platform, you may want to check out what Gamma Sutra has to say about these old games and, help it inspire you. So what do you think, Neil? Did you check them out?
No, I haven't yet. And sometimes, when you do game design, it doesn't have to be very elaborate. Sometimes the simplest games are the most fun.
Yep. Gameplay is important. Or everything.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, moving on. We have another Jim Gary game. This one is Space Duel. Of course, the way he's typed the title on the YouTube video is Space Dull. So hopefully it's more fun than that suggests. It says a simple game he typed in from 80 Micro, August 1982, by Dave Edick. I mean, I don't know. What are you going to say? It's just a game. A game for the MC10, something else to play. Definitely, you're shooting at some stuff. I think it'd be a good way to have some fun. So check it out.
Cool.
Especially if you're an MC10 person, go check it out. Jim generally won't steer you too wrong, right? Okay, so the next link, this is a link to GitHub. This is from William Schaub. I think it's kind of new to the group. He's trying to learn some assembly language stuff and maybe help other people along the way. I guess in this case, he's apparently writing some assembly language that gets some work done by essentially writing some basic commands and having the basic interpreter execute them. And it looks like he's got a patch here that says, make sure we preserve vital CPU registers when making basic calls, or we might tear our hair out later wondering why things don't work as expected. So the point being is if you're going to call basic, make sure you do things right to kind of preserve your own sanity. So I don't know if this is useful to any of you, at least if you are trying to do some assembly language and have a need to or think it might be cool to have your program just jump to basic and execute some commands. I think the key to how to do that correctly is kind of right here. So if nothing else, is an extra technique for you to stuff in your pocket. So very cool stuff, huh?
Yeah, that's very cool. You know, you always hear it the other way around, right?
Yeah, with basic calling assembly language.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's, that of course is for performance, but sometimes, basic is a little closer to human language, so it means it's easier to express things in basic than it is to express them in assembly language.
Right.
Which hopefully means that if you write in basic, you'll also have fewer bugs, right? So if you can tolerate the speed penalty, it's usually a better way or a way to ensure code that at least is less buggy. And maybe even quicker to write.
True.
That's cool.
All right. Okay, so moving on, we've got a link to the EEV blog. Is that 1021? Yeah, I guess so. So the EEV blog is an electrical and engineering blog or it's a video blog. It's been around a while, as you can tell by the episode number. And it's a fellow by the name of Dave Jones, who definitely Australian. I think he kind of plays it up in almost a Mick Dundee kind of way. How he's kind of extra Australian when he's on video, if you know what I mean. But he plays it up and throws in a few crikeys and good days and that sort of thing. But so he does a lot of electrical engineering topics. Sometimes it's about circuit design. Sometimes it's about even like case design or other aspects of product design. But he also does like teardowns of old computers and a variety of topics. And in this case, he does a review of the TRS-80 color computer. So the link to the video. I wouldn't say it was one of his best or that it was even a great treatment of the color computer, but Dave Jones does a lot of good work and paying attention to our machine, so figured I should cover it. So go and check it out, and if you find yourself enjoying the EEV blog, well, you wouldn't be the only one. What do you think, Boise? You ever check out EEV blog?
Actually, I have. I was watching it pretty religiously for a while. I haven't checked it out in a while, but I saw the link in the show notes, and it's good stuff. In fact, he actually reviewed some hardware, Rigol, which makes power supplies and scopes, and I actually picked up a power supply based on his recommendation. So good blog or good YouTube video series to watch.
Yeah, he seems to know what he's doing, so I won't deny that. But like I said, he does some other retro teardowns from time to time, and he's got a pretty good sense of humor. He's kind of funny, so not a bad way to spend some time.
Definitely.
All right, moving on. The next link is for a blog from Mark McDougall. There's a quick update on the CoCo 3 port of asteroids tonight. It's like, what? So Mark is that's kind of his stock and trade is taking arcade systems or whatever and porting them back to other systems, including the CoCo. Some of which often are these losing the word now, but transcode kind of projects where you take the original processor's code and kind of almost mathematically convert it to the 6809 or whatever processor you're dealing with. Akin to what Glenn Hewlett did with the Pac-Man ports or Shockmaster's Donkey Kong port. Lately, he's been working with Asteroids, and he did a port of Asteroids, the arcade Asteroids, over to the Apple II GS, and he's also now extending some of that work into the CoCo 3, so Asteroids on the CoCo 3. And, of course, part of what makes that interesting is Asteroids, of course, used a vector monitor, which, so unlike the raster TV-style monitors that we're accustomed to, the vector monitor is more like an oscilloscope, where it literally uses the electricity to draw on the screen at the direction of the game rather than with a predetermined pattern. So part of his porting here is emulating that different style of display. Anyway, it's pretty interesting from a technical perspective. He's had pretty good success getting it working on his Apple II GS, and the CoCo 3 is a second effort on that now. Sounds like he's getting pretty close. So we'll probably see Asteroids available for the CoCo 3 pretty soon. Sounds pretty exciting. If you like Asteroids, definitely you'll be able to play that on your CoCo 3.
Awesome. Screenshots looked amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's really captured it looks, like vector graphics, which even like when the ship crashes and falls apart, it's pretty amazing.
Steve Strobridge is the hottest thing to hit the CoCo world since Lonnie Falk. Each week, the world tunes into CoCo Talk and listens to Steve's take on the CoCo world. But what of the decades before his sudden emergence on YouTube? Find out in Felicity Voigt's new unauthorized biography, Gameplay Goodness, the Steve Strobridge story from Tab Books. Follow Steve's early days with the CoCo 1 and how he caught the eye of recruiters from the Army's counterintelligence corps and used his CoCo 1 to become a Black Ops phenomenon. Twice recipient of the BME and Bharat Ratna. Learn how his under-the-radar military career landed him behind the scenes of one of America's most popular cooking shows. Follow Steve's meteoric rise as a Vegas nightclub owner to the heartbreaking accident that permanently destroyed his chance for a place on the U.S. Olympic curling team. Gameplay Goodness is a roller coaster ride of unbelievable daring, audacity, conspiracy, and dumb luck. You will be shocked, thrilled, and transformed by the truth. Available at Amazon.com and wherever fine books are sold. Gameplay Goodness, the unauthorized biography of Steve Strobridge from Tab Books.
Tandy Assembly would like to thank our sponsor, Cloud9. Cloud9 has been designing and producing cool hardware and software for the color computer since 1994. Install Cloud9 products yourself or have Cloud9 install them for you. Cloud9 provides full-service color computer repair, upgrade, and restoration services. Learn more at their website, www.cloud9tech.com. Cloud9, cool stuff for your color computer. Thank you to Cloud9 for being a Tandy Assembly sponsor.
All right. So moving on. So we mentioned the debugging of CoCoMem a little bit earlier. I guess he got it working, he being Jim Brain, got it working well enough that now he has a product page on his Go for Retro, that's GO numeral 4, retro.com. He has a product page there for CoCoMem, and you can learn about it. And it looks like, I don't think it's actually available to purchase just yet, but it's basically a 2 megabyte memory upgrade for the Color Computer 3. You actually have to yank out your gimme chip, place the gimme chip on the CoCoMem board, and plug the CoCoMem board back into the gimme socket. And like I said, it gives you then access to at least 2 meg, and I think he's got it worked out for. He went to. Well, it says the hardware supports up to 64 meg of RAM. So how will you ever use that? I don't know. I'm sure somebody can figure it out.
That's all you'll ever need, 64
Yeah, no kidding.
On a CoCo, yeah, absolutely.
That's great news, though. That's good that development's come along like that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's got some neat features too. It kind of goes beyond the old disto upgrades. It looks like he's got some compatibility with the no-can upgrades. I'm not sure if it's 100% compatible there or not, but Anyway, it looked like he had OS 9 running on it at least to some degree. Sounds like there's some features that maybe OS 9 or Nitrous 9 could be expanded to take care of, or some memory protection, or maybe it's something that Fusix or another operating system could access. So it could be pretty neat. Like all these hardware projects, it always sort of depends on which talented software person is going to take it under their wing and do something with it. So we'll have to see where that comes in. But looks pretty good so far. So very exciting, Jim. But not to be outdone, it kind of tops himself. Jim's in the next link, also from Jim, CoCo Mem Jr. And so he's basically taken and created a similar product that runs on a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon and provides memory expansion on those systems that is basically compatible. Well, I guess it's compatible with CoCo Mem. It's certainly compatible with like the Disto 1 and 2 meg upgrades or whatever. But on a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon, so theoretically, you could be running a level 2 Nitrous 9 on a CoCo 1. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
And they may have to hush up about all those people putting 6309s in their CoCo 1s and 2s. If they're going to get their CoCo Mem Juniors in there, then maybe they will have something to do, huh?
Yeah, definitely too. That's the one I'm anxious for. I've never laid eyes on any of the upgrades for the CoCo 1 and 2 memory upgrades. So
yeah,
pretty cool stuff.
So that's pretty cool. So I think I'm like you. I think in some ways I'm more excited about the CoCo Mem Junior just because it provides that leap beyond if you already got the CoCo 1 and 2 and don't have a CoCo 3, or sounds like there's not many CoCo 3s in Europe. Maybe this provides some CoCo 3-like capability for especially for Nitrous 9 users on those earlier systems.
If you think about it, you combine that with the CoCo VGA, and you can have a 64 by 32 text screen running level 2 on a CoCo 2. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's
cool.
Amazing.
Yeah, crazy fun.
Yeah, crazy fun.
That's pushing the CoCo 2 right to the limits.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Pretty cool. All right. Well, the next link on the agenda here. It comes from the CoCo mailing list. Paul Shoemaker. And his title, "I've killed my CoCo 3."
That sounds like a country song.
Yeah, I killed my CoCo 3. Spending too much time with someone else or something like that. Well, yeah. Well, so Paul, I guess he heard about the 6309 upgrade, and I guess I can't fault him too much for doing the 6309 upgrade on the CoCo 3, as we kind of hinted at. We've hinted at maybe it's not the best idea or a great idea on the CoCo 1 or 2, but on the CoCo 3, it definitely is a good thing to do, or can be. Unfortunately, number one, it breaks my heart to hear people taking the 6809 out by clipping the legs off of it. But a lot of people find that a reasonable way to do it. Unfortunately, it sounds like somewhere in the process, though, cleaning up the traces or cleaning up the pins out of the old space on the motherboard, he's gotten some damage to his CPU socket. And now his CoCo 3 don't boot. So that's not too good. He did post the mailing list, and it sounds like he got some offers of people who were, some suggestions on how he might fix it. And a few people basically offering to fix it for him for cost of shipping the motherboard or whatever. That's pretty nice. It's a good community thing. Yeah, that's probably speaks positive for the community. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, anyway. Point being, it sounds like a pretty simple thing, just desolder the 40-pin chip. But, there are ways to mess it up. So, not to frighten anybody away from a project, but just, you got to be careful. That's all. Anyway, good luck, Paul. Hopefully someone will get you hooked back up with a working CoCo 3 before long. All right, moving on. Next link is from Pierre Sarrazin. We mostly hear from Pierre about CMOC, the C-like compiler, as he calls it. And in this case, no different. CMOC, C-like compiler, now supports 32-bit arithmetic. So basically what he's saying is you can use the long type in your C language code and do math and whatever with it, just like you'd expect. So very cool, 32-bit variables in CMOC. I think that probably extends its usefulness quite a bit for anybody trying to adapt to existing Unix style code, for example, to a CoCo style environment, whether it's OS 9 or something else. CMOC also, I think, targets the Vectrix. So if you need any 32-bit math on your Vectrix, you ought to do that now too.
That's cool.
So I'm sure that'll help you a lot, Neil.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But
you like the Vectrix?
Yeah, well, I do like the Vectrix. I don't do a lot of math on mine, but whatever. All right, moving on. The next link is a Hackaday link, and it says Apple II FPGA, and so again, not really CoCo, Apple II, but if you look at the board in question, and if you're familiar with the CoCo 3 FPGA project, I think you'll see some distinct similarities. And so, yeah, if you have a DE2 FPGA board, or if you're thinking about getting one and you're just not satisfied with the CoCo stuff you can do on it, well, you can also do some Apple II stuff on it now too. So that should push you over the edge, right? Mike, you running out to get one?
Yeah, I want to see what Oregon Trail runs, 25 times faster.
You died of dysentery. Yeah, that's pretty much it right there.
You died more quickly, 25 times faster of dysentery.
All right. So, moving on to the next link, you heard the first little squirt of it there. In honor of Tandy Assembly a few weeks ago, our friend Simon Jonason released a new demo. It was really the first time in a while that he's kind of taken his various demo pieces and sort of streamed them together into an actual kind of traditional style of demo that kind of just runs and shows one effect after another. Pretty cool, pretty impressive demo, especially for the CoCo demo scene, which basically this demo is pretty much the entire CoCo demo scene. But it runs for about 3 minutes, plays some music, and does some cool graphics. The link's there in the show notes. Check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. So,
yeah, it was cool seeing it play at Tandy Assembly, and thanks for customizing it for the event. It was awesome.
Yeah, that was very cool. The last little block here. Some of these might be a little controversial, or we'll see. Hopefully not. All right, we got a link from Rick Adams telling the story of the resurrection of Bomb Threat, the game. So he posts, it's kind of a lengthy post to the Color Computer mailing list. Those of us who have followed Rick Adams either between the interviews that he's done here or the times he's appeared on the CoCo Talk show, probably already familiar with the way Rick had this lost game and kind of reincarnated it, and tried to get it running in time for CoCo Fest and such. And so basically he's announcing that it's going to come together, and that there was, I think he mentions that there were, I can't find it. Anyway, maybe he mentions there was cartridges available at Tandy Assembly. Yeah, it does. But the point of this post here, I think he's mentioning, is that now he's got an online ordering site where you can get a CD-ROM with the disk images of Bomb Threat on it. It's a nice looking package. It's got similar artwork to what's available for the cartridge label or whatever. And it comes in the CD jewel case. CD is like I said, it's a CD-ROM, is my understanding, not an audio CD. So the CD-ROM on it has a CoCo disk image that you'll have to get onto your CoCo SDC or into your DriveWire server or into your emulator. Anyway, link to his message and his message has a link to the ordering site. So start in the show notes and go from there. If you're interested in Bomb Threat, I do still have a couple of cartridges, well, maybe just one available. Unfortunately, Rick also, or someone discovered a bug where you basically have what amounts to a kill screen around level 16 or something like that. So the cartridges I have are the buggy version. So anyway, if you're interested in the buggy version, you send me an email. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next link.
It's rare. The buggy version's rare. Get it now. One copy left.
I've got mine.
Yeah.
I just have to say one thing. I don't know if these CoCo programmers are trying to get me in trouble at the border. Last year you had Bomb Squad and now Bomb Threat. Trying to go over customs with that thing,
Well, you're going to enjoy my new game, Global Thermonuclear War.
Oh, man.
And mine, Kill All Canadians.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Or Blame Canada.
Yeah. That's right.
All right, well, moving on. So the next link comes from the Facebook group. Kind of a newcomer. Hint. What do you think this is? Signorini or Signorini, maybe? Sorry, Kent. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Feel free to enlighten me. Send me an email. I'm going to say Signorini. Does that sound right to people?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so Kent posts something basically saying he's new. Found the Facebook group. I'm not sure if it says he found the mailing list or not. Anyway, one of those, we've kind of seen this before. People come along and say, well, I was looking for a forum, and basically forums are great, and who doesn't love a forum, and why are there no forums, and everything else is just old and dumb, and why are there no forums? And maybe that's putting my negative spin on it, but we've kind of seen those come through before. Basically, so you get some people who love forums, and that's fine. You love a forum. I kind of hate forums. I got my own reasons. Really don't want to debate them. But anyway, we've seen forum groups come and go. Some of them have been successful for a time. For whatever reason, they've disappeared. Anyway, this message came out, and then pretty soon, the message actually mentioned Steve Strawbridge's I'm a Coconut, which is basically a link site. You go and find links to other people's stuff there. But now Steve's kind of took the bait, shall we say, and created a forum site. And I'd say they had a decent week at the forum site. Looks okay so far. I don't know if they'll be successful in the long term or not. Good luck. We'll see. I think there's room for a forum site. There certainly have been forum sites in the past. There was a CoCo3.com site that was pretty successful for a while until Roger Taylor left the community or whatever. Well, he didn't leave totally, I guess, or he did for a while, and now he's back. I don't know. Not going to go into that. Anyway, he sold CoCo3.com, and it kind of went downhill from there. We similarly had TandyCoco.com that was tried in the past couple of years. There was some success there, and then it kind of died off this year. So I don't know. Does that mean that this site won't be successful? No, it doesn't. It could be the best site ever. The sites are what you make of them. Depends on who goes, how much time they spend there. What sort of things they want to talk about. That's that's all on who uses the site. So good luck to you, the new site there that Steve is sponsoring. and we'll just see how it develops. Anyone want to add anything to that?
No, other than, we wish it success, and, we'll watch it. It's a time-consuming thing, and, hopefully it'll make it.
Yeah. So I kind of jumped the gun. That actually is the next link, was the announcement on the mailing list where Steve jumped in and said, I've got this available. So here I'll at least say it's http://retrofanatic, retrofanatic.com. So anyway, links in the show notes. You can find the jump link to link and find it. But retrofanatic.com, you may want to check it out. Actually, I think, well, I don't know if that link is still live or not. I know he said so he changed it to tandyforum.org. So I think retrofanatic.com still works for now. It's also available as tandyforum.org, tandyforum.org. Originally, the forum site required a login even to read. They seem to have opened that up now, so you can read the site without having to have a login. I think that opens it up to a lot more usage. Anyway, check it out. Have fun.
I guess you can creep the site now without having an account.
That's right.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay. So people who've been in the community for a while know that there's, for whatever reason, there's been a lot of opportunity for sound hardware in the community this year. Without rehashing a lot of that, I'll try not to rehash too much of it. Anyway, one of the options available is from Ed Snyder, and it's called CoCo PSG. The PSG stands for Programmable Sound Generator, which is basically what the main chip on it is. It's the YM2149 from Yamaha, which is essentially a functional equivalent of the AY3 series of sound chips, the AY3 8910 and 12 and 13. So he's had this kind of in development for a while. I guess he's gotten to the point where he's finished with it and ready to get it in the market, I guess. So Ed makes a comment, or makes an offer available what does he say? So with this in mind, I'm offering an initial small run of these in the hopes that we can get some programmers interested in adding support to their games or writing other software to support it. I'm offering them at minimal cost for this initial batch in the hopes of getting something started. $25 for the assembled circuit board, or $40 including a 3D printed case. So there you go, an offer to get this hardware out into the community and get games developed targeting that hardware. So if that interests you, you may want to check out. It might be a little late to get in on that buy, but I don't know. It probably depends on how many he sold. It looks like he had a pretty good stack built up. So if you're interested, you might still be able to get one. All right. So that said, one of the other audio options available in the community over the past year has been my own design, which I call the CoCo Game Master cartridge. And so with Ed's offer on the table, I was a little concerned that him bringing in people to design for his hardware. I figure most people are going to design a game. They're either going to design for one piece of hardware or the other. I didn't want mine left out. So at the end of the week, I posted a similar offer. And so basically, if you are interested in the Game Master cartridge, which is uses a different chip, the TISN76489, it has bank switching for a ROM up to of 64K of ROM on the cartridge. And so if you're interested in potentially having that hardware, now I should say you don't really need hardware if you want to start programming for it, because support for that hardware design has been put into MAME. But in any case, if you insist on having the hardware, I'm making a similar offer available. You can get a bare circuit board for $7. You get a circuit board with a parts kit, which will include a ROM socket, but not a ROM. $12. A fully assembled card for $20. And a fully assembled cartridge, which includes the assembled card put in a injection molded cartridge case for $30. But the label there will just be like from my brother P-Touch, nothing too fancy, but just a label so that you'll be able to identify it. Anyway, so I made this offer, and that's it. It's on the table. I'm trying to keep the hardware in the game and keep developers open to my design. Sadly, this resulted in a little controversy on the Facebook group. If you're interested in seeing that controversy, I'm sure you can go find it with the excellent research facilities available through Facebook. So, good luck with that. I don't think we're going any farther into it right now here.
Can't we move it to the new forum? And it's searchable. We can.
No, probably don't want to fill the new forum with flames immediately. I have been asked to come and do some support work on the forum. We may have to get over there when I have a little more time. But first, I think we actually need to get some of these cards out into the world. There have been a number of people that have expressed interest. So I've sent in the order for the PCBs. Hopefully it'll be done within the next week or so. And maybe start looking and filling some orders by then. I need to do some writing as well. Anyway, that's probably enough of that. Don't want to abuse my role as community host or whatever. All right. So that is our last item in the news segment. So with that, I think we will take another little break and come back with some feedback.
It's spooktacular savings on scary games at your local Radio Shack dealer. Save up to 50% on best-selling titles such as 13 Ghosts, Bedlam, Dancing Demon, Haunted House, Dungeons of Daggerath. These games are sure to please you and your family as you hand out candy to anyone who knocks at your door. It's a happy Halloween from Radio Shack, a Tandy company. Tandy Assembly would like to thank our sponsor, Wally Grossman. Wally has been a long-time color computer user and supporter. He used CoCo's in his profession for many years and developed his own software for the purpose. It's always a pleasure to talk with Wally. Thank you to Wally Grossman for being a Tandy Assembly sponsor.
Feedback. CoCo Cruisers, you ready for some feedback? Feedback. Okay.
Get on me.
Hold on my chair on that first feedback.
Oh, well. All right, we do have a couple items of feedback this time. We've got our first item comes from L. Curtis Boyle. Curtis is like our most reliable feedback provider. We ought to, if we ever give out trophies for the CoCo Crew Podcast contributors, and Curtis will have to get one. Just poking a little fun, but we do enjoy the feedback. Thank you, Curtis. He says, let's see. He says, I got a kick out of talking about the way a floppy works in your interview with David Ladd. Quote, it spins like a record player, which is even more retro than the CoCo itself, and most youngins wouldn't have a clue what you meant. So that's the great thing about talking about old stuff with old people. It's, people understand what you mean. In fact, I was at work today, and someone pointed out, was it Robert Guillaume? Did Robert Guillaume die? Was that in the news today? Or am I making that up?
Yes, that was in the news.
Okay. So Robert Guillaume died, and I have a couple of friends were there, and one's roughly my age, and one's quite a bit younger. And so the one that was roughly my age had the news. He said, oh, Robert Guillaume died. And I said, oh, Benson? And he said, yeah. And the young guy looks at us and said, who? And so then I had to explain to him Benson. And I had to explain that Benson was a spinoff from a previous TV series called Soap. And it was like, it just went on from there. And it's like, I couldn't even remember Soap well enough to explain it myself. So it was like a toddler explaining it to a newborn. Anyway, when you're talking retro, it's more fun when you're talking to someone who's at least roughly your age or maybe even older. So good point there, but I think it's all in good fun with Curtis. Anyway, thanks for the feedback. Moving on. So this one is from Todd George. So Todd says, so basically in the last episode, I think I had was basically a throwaway comment. I was kind of poking fun about the Commodore and how the Commodore folks didn't even barely have their own podcast, and we had two or something like that. And which is probably a little disingenuous. It's certainly tongue-in-cheek. Anyway, so Todd says, I was just listening to the latest episode of the show and wanted to point out that there are at least a few active Commodore podcasts. Full disclosure, I'm one co-host of Chicken Lips Radio. There are also two other Commodore podcasts I know about. Press Play on Tape, which covers general Commodore topics, and Rob O'Hara's Sprite Castle, which I think heavily concentrates on gaming. So yeah, Todd George, I met Todd at VCF East this year. Really nice fellow. Like I said, he's a co-host on Chicken Lips Radio, which his other co-host is Earl Evans, who's like the godfather of retro computing podcasts. Never met Earl, but would like to. So Todd, I enjoy your podcast and certainly didn't mean to poke any fun at you, or maybe poke a little fun, but I certainly didn't mean to insult you. Anyway, it's a good podcast. I recommend it. I think Chicken Lips is part of at least some of the listings, like Throwback Network. Not 100% sure on there, but I bet it should be. Press Play on Tape, I'm not sure if it's listed on the others, but Rob O'Hara actually runs the Throwback Network, if I'm not mistaken, so I'm pretty sure Sprite Castle was listed there. So, anyway, didn't mean to cast aspersions on our Commodore brethren. I was mostly poking a little fun, so didn't mean any insult there. Sorry. Hopefully you guys are still forgive us, and hopefully you're still listening, and I hope you enjoy the podcast.
What you meant to say is there aren't any good Commodore podcasts. I mean, that's what you really meant.
We're going to hear some feedback.
I'm joking.
Yeah, opinions expressed are not necessarily the opinions of the CoCo Crew Podcast. Anyway, let's keep peace amongst the podcasters. Seem to be good people in general. All right, well, that's probably enough for our feedback segment. We haven't insulted anyone else too much just yet. We're going to take another break, and we'll be back with the rest of the show.
From car and home repair to maintaining your ATV in the woods, Leatherman Multi-Tools make it easy to get the work you want done. Introducing the Leatherman CoCo. It's made from 100% stainless steel and features 10 different tools, including a PLCC extraction tool, wire strippers with 4 different gauges, a DIP pin bending tool, and a soldering heat sink clip. All of the tools lock and unlock for your safety. The rounded handles provide a strong, comfortable grip, and the Leatherman CoCo comes with a 25-year warranty. The Leatherman CoCo. Real tools for real life.
Tandy Assembly would like to thank our sponsor, Digital Dinos, classical computer collecting and computing. Digital Dinos carries a variety of retro computing products for sale, classified by computer and manufacturer. Digital Dinos provides quick personal service with every sale. Be sure to visit them at their website, www.digitaldinos.com. Thank you to Digital Dinos for being a Tandy Assembly sponsor.
All right, welcome back, CoCo Cruisers. We are going, as usual, we're going to have a little host discussion this month. Since we just had our big Tandy Assembly event, our inaugural Tandy Assembly event, and we feel like it's a pretty good success, we're going to take a little bit of a victory lap here and tell you all about everything you missed if you weren't there, or help you remember all the cool stuff that was happening if you were there. So, again, I'm here with Myro and Neil and Boise Pete.
There you
go. And we're gonna just talk about what we liked about Tandy Assembly and what we're happy with, what we might change coming up in the future. We think there will be a future event, and so let's just get started. I'd like to just start by saying I more than exceeded my expectations. I would have been happy if we'd have had 35 people, and we had 83 people. So yeah. A huge event. We filled the venue. We even filled the speakers area, and had plenty of good talks and plenty of good camaraderie on the show floor. People learning about other machines and picking up items for their favorite retro computing stuff, and it's just a good event all around. So I'm going to open the floor, and if any of you guys want to testify, go ahead.
I just want to say it was definitely a successful event. I was blown away, for one thing, but what got me was the vibe. I mean, everybody there was just, it was happening, and people coming up thanking us for, putting this show on, and it was excellent. I mean, I got no complaints.
Yeah, I would agree. It was people were just having a really good time. It was a lot of fun. We had some big headline speakers, and we really appreciate everybody who made the effort to come out to Tandy Assembly. It was an unequivocal success.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we did originally get some flack about, why would anybody go to the middle of nowhere, Ohio, for any kind of event? But a lot of people did, and a lot of those people thanked us for having something closer to where they actually live. So, Chicago may be the center of the country, but it doesn't mean it's close to everything.
That's true.
Yeah, that exactly.
Yeah, there was a lot of people there that a lot of new folk I'd never seen or had only seen on Facebook or whatever. And there were people we've seen in the past couple of CoCo Fest, but aren't really aren't really old members of the community just yet. We did have a couple of the Glenside folks came and checked us out, so I thought that was nice. They were showing some support, so that was cool.
Yeah.
And, he had to have armed guard around Boise to keep the ladies off of him, but we didn't have to get too violent.
Yeah. Just think what it'd have been like if Ben Anding were there.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my, that's frightening.
So what did you like about the event? What was different? What's something I liked that was different from, say, CoCo Fest or any of the other events that I went to? So we did have a cash bar on Saturday night. And I thought that was a nice thing. I guess some people are teetotalers and don't necessarily want to drink and maybe don't approve, and hopefully we didn't offend anybody with that. But I think a lot of people enjoyed the opportunity to have a mixed drink and relax a bit and just hang out with some of their other retro folks. I know I did.
Yeah, that was a nice component that Saturday evening. Or I would like to see that at CoCo Fest.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. I don't know if the crowd is the same there, but part of the crowd is.
Yeah.
Liquid courage.
But the bar did serve soft drinks as well, so it's not like anybody was left out.
Yeah, we weren't pouring liquor down anyone's throat.
Yeah, chug.
That's next year.
Yeah, exactly.
So just the warm up.
I just want to take a moment to thank Jim O'Keefe for his T-shirts. those things were amazing. It's great, and not just that, but the other shirts he's done, the shirts he does at CoCo Fest. I've got 3 or 4 different shirts he's made in my drawer, and I wear them regularly. And it's great art, great quality shirts. They last a long time. So, and we still have shirts available. If anybody's interested in getting a Tandy Assembly shirt, let me know.
Yeah, they were nice shirts. And I actually wore one to work today. and nobody asked me what Tandy was. I don't know if
well,
I think
Christmas,
maybe I'm the crazy old guy at work.
I think we ought to have a line of silk pajamas as well.
Well, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Why not?
Silk pajamas and cowboy boots. It's a look.
I've stayed with Boise before, and he has these lovely silk pajamas, but the cufflinks keep making noise in the night.
Yeah.
Is that what that noise was?
That's right. Yeah.
Neil.
Whenever he rolls over in bed,
clang, 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 clang.
Yeah. Oh, but you'd think the boots would make his feet sweat at night, but
yeah,
he's ready to go though.
Clippity clop to the bathroom at 2 a.m, right?
Oh Lord. But yeah, so we had the podcasters roundtable event. I think we're probably going to hear some of that later in the show. But I thought that was good to get, because it's basically the podcasters put the show together. For those that aren't aware, that includes of course us and the Randy, of course, from Floppy Days, and also Randy plus Pete from Trash Talk, and including Pete Satinsky and Peter Bartlett, and of course Mav joined us for that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Ian Maverick, came all the way from Australia, so.
So it's cool. We had the foreign contingents, not just the Canadians. Yeah. We had the Anzac troops there as well.
Yes.
But yeah, it was a good group. Everyone's pretty friendly, and it's a nice mix. So we had a pretty good showing of the Z80 based Tandies, and we had a fair number of the Tandy 1000s. Randy had some of the pocket computers on display. So it's a good event. Like I said, well attended. Probably couldn't have hoped for any better. We did have a couple of problems associated with the venue, I guess. So we had some power issues. Our man Mike tended to those pretty quickly.
We got them worked out,
Yep.
So what do you think? We're planning to have another event. We're gonna probably be in the same general area.
That's our hope.
Yeah. We may arrange we may stay in the same town, might stay in the same place, but we may go to another town sort of in the same general area, as far as Dayton or Columbus or something like that.
That would be nice, just for the people that fly in. It wasn't a bad drive, but it was about an hour and 15 minutes from the airport in Columbus to the venue.
Yeah, I think that was probably the biggest complaint for traveling, at least, was that flying in, it wasn't the most convenient, which not surprising. We kind of picked a place that was pretty rural. Hopefully it wasn't too inconvenient, but like I said, we can take that into account for next year, and maybe move a little closer to an airport.
I'm jonesing for Tandy Assembly, New Orleans.
That would be great.
Well, I've kind of been telling people, well, we're not entirely closed off to a different location, but we're going to need some local organizers to to handle some logistics. So
right, yeah, that's understandable.
You get our New Orleans crew, and if we're gonna have Tandy Assembly in New Orleans, we got to have a parade too. Sorry, it's just gonna happen.
You could have a lot of ladies show up to that event too.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of distractions, no doubt.
Yeah, we definitely did not have that problem in Chillicothe.
Yeah, we were not a gender diverse event, John.
Not gender diverse. I'm not sure we were too good on any other kind of diversity, to be honest, but not intentional. I mean, everyone is welcome.
But we did enjoy roosters about 3 times a day.
Yeah, we had a hotel basically in the parking lot of a restaurant basically in the parking lot of the hotel that was just too convenient to not go to.
And it was
ate
good.
there about every day.
By default, yeah.
And there was Bob Evans.
Yeah,
Bob Evans down the road. Like I say, I mean, I do think the location has some strengths. It's sort of the middle of nowhere, but there's a lot of amenities to be the middle of nowhere.
Agreed. Yeah, good spot.
So, anyway, I think a lot of people stayed pretty close and ate at Roosters. But like I said, it's a big crowd, a good crowd. Didn't hear a lot of complaining. Like I said, there were a lot of people that were just as happy as they could be that we had an event closer to them. So that was cool.
Excellent feedback.
I think the Z80 folks too were happy to have an event since they had never really had one. So I think that was pretty cool.
They had a place to go to.
Yeah. So what else? Anything else to say about it?
Oh, there's one other quick little tale. When Mike was thanking Jim O'Keefe, and I'm going to thank him as well for doing those shirts. It was quite an adventure he had because the dedication. He drove through the night to get those shirts down. It was quite the scene.
In a Cadillac,
sleeping in his caddy.
And he had to turn around and drive back on Saturday evening. So
yeah,
that's dedication.
Oh yeah,
appreciate that.
Yeah. Hey, I'd like to say that I like the name tags. Good work, Mike.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
those were awesome.
That was a really cool way. So the name tags we had were basically, the drink coasters that you get at a bar or a restaurant. So little pressed cardboard squares, and Mike had applied a label to them that looked like a diskette with Tandy Assembly written on it or whatever. And pretty simple, but just very effective. I thought it was as nice as any other name tag I've ever had.
Yep.
So definitely is good work.
Very fitting.
That was definitely a plus. So definitely done planning for other events where we argued about the name tags a long time. So we were able to avoid that particular pitfall.
And we can't forget Myro's little mini store booth, Radio Shack.
Yeah, that was really cool.
That was awesome.
Yep.
Mike's built up this booth with actual carpentry skills and electrician skills too. I think he's running wires and stuff in it. Got a LED sign so you can put different displays up. And the booth itself basically looks like a section of a Radio Shack store that was chopped out and put in the back of the car. So he's got the perf board or whatever. You can hang the hooks on it, and like I said, it looks like you're buying stuff off the shelf at Radio Shack. Very cool.
I shouldn't have any time to hang out by my display, unfortunately.
Well, that goes with the show business, I guess. But
yeah.
But yeah, it worked out. The finances worked out okay. So nobody lost any money over the event, I think. So it should be something we can repeat. I hope that we will. That's certainly the plan. And even if we do move it a little bit, I hope it won't be so much that we exclude any of our new people. And hopefully some of the people that didn't make it down. I know there were people that didn't come to the thing saying, well, it's just the first event. They'll probably mess it up or whatever. So if you were one of those people, you were wrong. We didn't mess it up. So next time you got to come so that you can be part of the event. those that did come and took a chance on us, I think they were well rewarded with their time. I think the auction turned out pretty well. That was fun. I got to pretend to be a tobacco auctioneer or whatever.
Yeah, you did a good job at the auction. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you're working on those bid calls. You're sounding very smooth.
Well, we had a lot of good donations of equipment there that helped with the funding.
Yeah, we did. It was the outpouring of donations was amazing. So thanks to everybody that made that happen. And also thanks to Steve Strobridge, who live streamed everything for us. And a lot of people got to, watch from around the web, and hopefully they'll come next year because I got a taste of how good it was.
Yeah, definitely. Steve has been applying his talents to live streaming. CoCo Fest the past couple of years, and I think we benefited from some of the lessons learned there. I think maybe he learned a few more lessons. So things just keep getting better. But yeah, it was a good addition to the show. Definitely welcome, and so it was very nice to have the streaming. Well, so I guess wrap it up then. It's a big success. We're very happy with what happened. None of the organizers are mad at each other, so that's good. I assume we'll probably have a similar event at a similar time next year. Details to be announced. Does that wrap it up?
That's a wrap.
All right. That's
Go to CoCo Fest.
Go to CoCo Fest and get ready for the next Tandy Assembly.
Yep.
I once spent an entire paycheck on Dragon computers.
I bought every MC-10 I could find.
For me, it was CoCo 3s.
Every hour, 13 people die from eBay addiction. Don't kid yourself. Addiction is an epidemic. We all know what happens when we don't deal with addiction. Someone dies, or even worse, they hurt others. Addiction is a disease. We're the Addiction Network. And if you've been trying to quit your addiction to purchasing color computers or Dragon computers without any luck, then you need to call us at 888-6809 now. We'll connect you with someone who has been where you are. You can't beat addiction on your own. And if you call in the next 10 minutes, you can place your bid for a mint condition CoCo of your choice. What do you have to lose? So call the Addiction Network now. Get the help you need.
I wish I had known about the Addiction Network sooner. I got this really sweet CoCo 3 in the original box.
Call the Addiction Network now.
The CoCo is a powerful computer, and the multi-pack enables you to expand with RS-232, floppy controller, and hard disk drives. But don't you think your CoCo would be a lot nicer without all of the mess hanging off the right side? Of course it would. The Connect Expander replaces the lower half of your CoCo case and allows mounting two SCS-decoded devices like a floppy and hard drive controller inside of your CoCo. The Expander board includes a 12-volt power supply and provides a built-in no-slot RS-232 port. The external cartridge slot is still available for game cartridges or additional hardware. The Expander kit is just $124.95, or you can purchase just the board alone for just $99.95. It's great for repacking a CoCo in a PC case. The Expander from Connect, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, CoCo Cruisers, welcome back. We've got a special treat today. We are going to talk to the original gamer, Stevie Stroh, the strange little guy we discovered making CoCo videos a couple of years ago. We didn't really think the making CoCo videos was a strange part. We just thought it was strange that we didn't know who it was. But since then, we lured him into our community, and he's become an active part, and both in CoCo Media, and in the Facebook group and on the mailing list, and now with his own new forum. So, welcome to the show, Steve Strobridge, the person who discovered the talent of David Ladd and made him a star. So, welcome, Steve. How are you doing today?
Great. Thanks for having me. I think the Barbra Streisand story with David was the star was born. I just discovered him. So, so yeah. Hey, listen, I want to say it is definitely an honor to be on the show. I'm a big fan of your show. I've been listening for a very long time, and I finally reached the big times. I've reached the major leagues. So I'm here. I'm on the news NPR show here. So,
well, we try. Sometimes we get a little loose, when the whiskey flows. But we haven't had a CoCo Crew After Dark yet. So, I guess, didn't you just record one of those last night for a CoCo Talk? How did that go? I haven't been able to hear the after show.
We did. I've already edited out all the things that were not meant for public consumption, and I'm still on the fence with what I'm going to release. But it was kind of cool. Because apparently at least one of the people on there didn't realize it might possibly get posted. So there's nothing terrible, but it's more about just respecting people's wishes and privacy. So if somebody didn't know, it's kind of not fair. So what I did notice when we record our show is that lately we've been doing like this little bonus segment at the end where we stop the live stream and we keep talking. And it seems like when we're not live and we're not on the air, the conversations flow a little bit more spontaneously and more organically. And I like that part of it. So I think we're going to try more of these off the air discussions and then mine that for some nuggets of stuff to produce segments.
I have a suggestion, Steve. You really ought to do what I want John and the rest of the CoCo guys to do is have a holiday special where we all have some Crown and Coke and just let it.
Yeah.
Well, we've kind of lucked out this fall. We've kind of the topics have planned themselves to some degree, but that's with the assumption that December will be some sort of holiday theme, but we haven't quite figured that one out yet. So maybe we'll have to do that. Everyone choose their favorite liquor, or maybe we can nominate different liquors, and we could every 20 minutes pour a different drink or something.
Yeah, the next 20 minutes is for Maker's Mark. Yeah,
and some really strong eggnog.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Before you know it's going to turn into a drinking game.
Yeah, I was going to say, I propose the David Ladd holiday drinking game. Whenever David Ladd's name is mentioned, everybody take a shot. So
there you go.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, anyway, so at Tandy Assembly, you did a talk, and you kind of introduced yourself some, which I thought was cool because, like I said, you were still a bit new to the community, and even with your media presence, there's it's not you don't talk that much about yourself really, which is I guess is cool, but we want to know you too. So just going from some of the notes from your presentation, it sounds like you have a story that's kind of similar to some of us. You had a CoCo as a kid. You messed around with it, played some games, but also learned to program in BASIC. And eventually you moved on to the Tandy 1000, which is a pretty common story in the community. And it seems like you credit to some degree your career and or maybe your success in life, for lack of a better term, to some of that. Am I getting that right, or would you like to elaborate on that?
No, that's 100% what it is. I give full credit to the fact that I became a computer nerd at the age of 14, then I was able to parlay that into a career because Lord knows what I'd be doing if I hadn't gotten into the computers. I'd be doing something. I'd probably be doing a trade, a blue-collar job, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's respectable work. But I was probably one of the first generations where, the fathers, the uncles, and the grandfathers, they all worked trades. And I didn't say to myself, I want to follow in those footsteps. I just said, I want to do something with this computer when I grow up. I didn't know what it would be or what it would be called, but I wanted to be a computer guy. And it's because I got that computer and grew up learning these machines that I'm in this industry that we now call, IT. So, give full credit to the CoCo for that.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think it's a kind of a common story, and maybe it's a common story in some of the other retro communities too. But I don't know. It's maybe I just pay more attention when it's a CoCo or a Tandy, but it seems like I hear that one a lot. And I think in some ways the CoCo, on the one hand, it may have been all about the cheap solution or whatever, but on the other hand, it kind of was the sort of the most straightforward design in some ways, and kind of in some ways it was a lot like other machines that followed that weren't such specialty machines like, say, the Amiga. But the video programming video on a CoCo is not that unlike programming video on a 90s PC and that sort of thing. So I don't know. I think it's a good introduction, especially the presence of OS 9, at least in the ether there, kind of made us all aware of operating systems and what they are or whatever. And even if you weren't an OS 9 person, it kind of, I think, gives you a leg up on learning some of the stuff. Anyway, so let's see. I think you had a funny line in your speech also about how you want to do something with your kid, and your kid was into Minecraft. That's pretty common these days, or at least a couple of years ago. And so you started working on videos on YouTube with Minecraft stuff. And then you said then your kids lost interest, and now you're an old guy playing video games on
yeah.
Classic story.
It's like what's the old saying? You don't want to be the creepy old guy in the club, but at some point in time, I'm the old guy playing Minecraft. So,
well, that's cool. I think a lot of us would like to be able to get our kids involved. And it's eluded many of us. My kids, if anything, it's like that's the way to get them off of something is for me to take interest in it. Mm-hmm. but no, I don't know. I think that's pretty cool. You're not quite to Stampy Longnose fame and fortune yet, I guess, but
no.
Hopefully you'll get there. But we definitely were surprised a couple of years ago. It's like, wait, there's a dude putting CoCo videos on the web. What prompted you to do that? And were you surprised by that there were people that were actually interested?
Well, what prompted me? I guess so. I started the YouTube channel for my kids to do Minecraft, but when I created it, I called it The Original Gamer, Stevie Stroh. So I created the channel as me because I wanted to protect my kids' identity online. I didn't want them having their own, accounts and stuff. So I kind of was the umbrella for this. But the very name was Old School is going to be part of this channel. And so I started off doing like some MAME emulated games, Pac-Man, things like that. And I figured, I'll do some stuff like that. And at some point in time, I said, well, I got to do CoCo stuff because that's my heritage. That's where I got started. I knew I would do it. It was just a question of when. So I planned on being a mix of new and old on this channel. And it was just a matter of time when I would get to it. And I eventually did. And when I started, I was using VCC because I didn't have a CoCo. And that was the only emulator I could figure out how to make work. And so a lot of my early videos are in VCC. And you can kind of tell because when you look at the games that use artifacting, it's a very hard blue. It's not the soft blue. It's like a navy versus sky blue, things like that. And so, yeah, there was a lot of things that I had to learn. Even in the emulation space, like what's the best emulator for artifacting and how do you make them work and stuff like that. But I knew I wanted to do it, and I just started doing it. And the process of doing that is when I found out about the Google Plus group first, which introduced me to the Facebook group and the mailing list. And so it was just kind of a chain reaction of discovering the bigger world. My first video was kind of a PowerPoint presentation explaining what the CoCo was, because I would assume nobody even know what I was talking about. And at that time, a lot of my audience was kids, 10 to 15-year-old kids watching our Minecraft videos. So I figured I have to kind of set some context here. When I was a kid, when I was a kid, this is what we had. And so I created this little introduction video. And when I did that, I didn't know nearly as much as I know now, thanks to like Boise's book and your podcast and stuff. I was just coming from my own memory and what I could quickly Google. I just kind of threw some stuff together, just kind of set the stage. Well, here's what computer, and here's where some of the computers that existed at this time, and that from here we're going to start making games about this computer. And so it went from there to making games to meeting everybody. So,
well, yeah. So you almost 2 years ago now, you made the trek out to CoCo Fest. I've been going to CoCo Fest for a while, so I'm kind of used to what you get. I was just wondering what were your first impressions when you started to see the other attendees roll in at CoCo Fest? Did it meet your expectations? Or?
Yes, but first I want to say I need to credit the CoCo Crew for me wanting to go to CoCo Fest, because listening to you guys talk about it every month was my kind of motivation. You created that interest, you kept that interest going, and you made it something I wanted to attend. And, nothing against the Glenside folks, but if you just go to their website and you just read their newsletter, there's nothing there that screams, hey, come on and see us. It's a good old time, But hearing a couple of guys talk about it month after month, it's like, yeah, this sounds like something I want to come to. So I need to give you guys 100% credit for getting me to go twice, and did it meet or exceed my expectations? I would say both. I didn't know what to expect, but I had a great time. And I had a better time the second time I went, and I had an even better time at Tandy Assembly.
Awesome.
So it looks like we did our job then, John.
Yeah, well, that was obviously that was our initial reason for starting the podcast, was to get some folks to show up, and I think we've succeeded at that. There's some. It seemed like there was some hesitance to acknowledge that the first time around, maybe not the second time, but but it seems to have been working out pretty well. Well, who else has a question? Anyone?
I have a question. Steve, you mentioned in your notes here that you started working, I guess, is 14, I guess, to save up some money. What were you doing back then for that part-time job to save up for the CoCo?
All right, so here's a couple of historical facts. So when I was 14, there was only one place that would hire kids at 14, because you had to be 15, and it was a local grocery chain called Publix, and they were originally a Florida only chain. I believe they've reached out to at least Georgia now too. So it was Publix supermarket, and I worked there because they would hire at 14. I didn't want to wait a year to start working. So ironically, one of the things I do now is I also teach IT training. So I do adult education, but I'm a person who hated school. So I was in the work release program. I took like 2 classes. I got to leave early and go work and make money. So I was working at a grocery store. Minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. I was making maybe $30-$40 a week, and I don't know how long it took me to save up for that basically $500 purchase to get my first CoCo, but I did it on my own steam,
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's back in the day, like you said, when minimum wage was hardly nothing. So
yeah,
and that was what year? 1980.
1981. 81. Wow. When I got the CoCo. Yeah.
Wow.
So just for the record, Publix is now the cool hipster grocery store, at least up in our area.
Oh yeah.
So they move in, and it's like the sign of gentrification as you get a Publix.
There was kind of some turf respect at some point in time. There was a big chain that was in Georgia that said, we won't come to Florida if you don't come to us. So there was this kind of gentleman's agreement for a while, and I think as soon as that agreement was broken, Publix was like, screw it, we're taking over the Southeast, I think they started in Lakeland, Florida. It was their home.
Did you go to like your local Radio Shack store? Was it a local franchise, or what was?
Yeah. The corner store. Well, here, more irony. There was a Publix on that corner store where my Radio Shack was, but they weren't hiring. So the Publix I worked at was like 40 miles away. I had to either bike it or bus it to get there. But yeah, it was store number 8830, which I'll never forget. It was, in the strip mall where the Publix was. And I was hanging out there probably since I was about 12. So I think that was mentioned many times at Tandy Assembly too. I was the kid who hung out in the store that helped them sell the computers, So I was promised a job. I knew I had a job as soon as I was old enough to work there. I had to wait till I was 18 to work there. They're like, as soon as you turn 18, kid, you got a job, And that's when I could start getting the commissions for all the computers I would sell,
Wow.
Until then I was basically an uncommissioned salesperson for about 6 years.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Hope you guys are still there.
We're here.
Well, so Steve, it just occurs to me, we kind of lost track of you a little bit, or maybe earlier this year or late last year. Did you slow down on your videos for a while, or did we just we just looking in the wrong place, or?
Probably, yeah. I don't know what the single thing was, but I think work and So here, when CoCo Fest, the first CoCo Fest I went to attend, CoCo Fest 25, I had to take a second job, and at that time it was to make some extra money. That somehow manifested into now my whole life being morphed into this new perverse work schedule that I'm kind of locked into right now because of financial dependencies. So my time to make videos is greatly reduced. And I've been doing that for like a year and a half now. So, my free time is like 5% of what it used to be.
Yeah.
I am working my way towards cutting off my dependency of this night job. So that's it's a whole nother project. But yeah, I need to get more time to work on what's more near and dear to me, retro videos.
Well, I'd say you're managing it pretty well at this point. You're certainly producing plenty of content. Just kind of curious about that. Mike, did I see you try to come in?
I was just going to say that's pretty impressive because it seems like you said, your content and the things that you're getting into has just been expanding, not shrinking, even though your time has.
Well, the only thing I do consistently right now is CoCo Talk. As far as creating new gameplay videos, I really haven't been doing that many. And part of it for me is I have to feel like I'm 100% able to mentally, spiritually, the whole 9 yards. And most of the time I'm just tired, and I don't want to half-ass a video. I want to be able to not that I'm Mr. Showman, but I can't do it if I'm not like 100% at my usual, whatever I am, 50% of a human being, so.
Yeah, you definitely have to want to. I get that.
Yeah. And I don't want to do it if I'm less to 100% committed to it.
That's amazing, as I keep saying to the guys. I thought you have a lot of free time from all the content you produce. I'm like, how does he do it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking in the back behind you there for your pink bunny suit with the drum and the cymbal stuff that you would normally be.
The Energizer Bunny. I think time is the enemy of us all. We have our lives and our careers and our families, and then we have our hobbies. And it's always trying to find balance, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I could definitely throw myself into my hobbies if I just could get somebody else to pay for me.
Right.
So CoCo Talk. So you started with a couple of somewhat ad hoc or off the cuff. Hey, let's meet up and just talk for a while, kind of blowing off some steam in anticipation of going to CoCo Fest. And of course, it's had quite a run already, and eventually turned into something you wanted to have as a podcast or whatever. Did you have this in mind? Did you think that was going to happen?
No. It's like most of what has happened has been unplanned, unexpected, and I'm just kind of riding the wave. So making CoCo videos and having people like those videos, that was unplanned. Getting recognized for that. That's kind of ironic when you're doing some modern games and some things that are potentially more popular. I'll get 13 views, but I do a CoCo video, I get 100 views on average, and I've got some that are in the 1,000+ views on a CoCo video. So that level of adaptation from the community was completely unexpected. When we started CoCo Talk, like you say, it was kind of like, I remember the day I put out a message in Facebook saying, hey, why don't we get together and talk about CoCo Fest? And it was literally a last minute decision. We just kind of did it. We got people together, and it kind of worked, and we did it for 4 weeks. And then we went to CoCo Fest and kind of figured it would just die down. We'd run out of things to talk about, and luckily we haven't,
It is amazing. It's impressive how much content you guys are throwing off there, and and it's not just blather. It's not just a bunch of old guys just shooting the bull. I mean, it's pretty good technical content, a pretty good relevant content. So I mean, it's you've got a good group together that seems to have a good dynamic, and I think you manage that pretty well. Like I said, I've been excited to see, that the community actually has enough energy to support that.
Yeah, it's good. You got the regular features, and I'm sure you're listenership really went up as soon as you had David Ladd.
No, yeah, he's a draw. He is a draw. Yeah, I mean, I kind of, I'm a Gemini, so I have two personalities, and I kind of relate to Mr. Spock a lot. And part of me is very logical and controlling, and part of me is very emotional and free spirited, you know. And I try to balance that with this show, where I like some free form, but I also kind of want to have a little bit of structure and be able to rein things in. And I'm not sure how successful I am on the structure part yet, but I hate to interrupt people when they're on a roll, even if the roll is a downhill disaster. I hate to interrupt them. You know?
Yeah, because everybody likes a good train wreck once in a while.
Exactly.
But yeah, I like the spontaneity of it, but I also, you know, there's been a number of times where we had a topic, you know, let's talk about hardware this week. And we talked about the CoCo FPGA and the Roger Taylor project. We talked about FPGA stuff. We had Jim Brain. This is where I think our two shows complement each other. So you guys are audio and you have really good interviews, and we got to hear Jim Brain in detail, and it was great. And the next weekend, we got to have Jim Brain on and get to see with his microscope what his boards look like. And having that second component to the material, I think, is value added. And the timing was just perfect. And, you know, we didn't scalp him. You had him first. So so I think there's some symbiosis there. And at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is put a spotlight on what's going on. It's, you know, it's not like I'm taking money out of your pocket.
Right. No, I mean, I think you have a good point. That's one of the earliest feedback things we got that we didn't feel like we could do much with is, you know, what about a video show, or what about some kind of video content? And I think none of us really wanted to do video is probably the biggest thing. In fact, I think David Ladd was probably the person who first said we should have more video stuff. So it's kind of funny he ended up working with you so much. But so it's cool. You know, you can come on and do the video bits and the part to work with video. You have an outlet there, and you know, some things work better with kind of a long form discussion, and you know, I think that probably works better with just a limited number of people and a more of a pre-planned format. So I mean, like you said, it's kind of two sides of the same coin, perhaps. So that's been good. Now, speaking of CoCo content, of the two people stirring up crap in the community this week, both of them on the show. First of all, I appreciate your efforts yesterday discussing that and working that out. I think that helped to work things out to a smoother conclusion than might have otherwise happened. But what I was going at is, you started off something this week that you got to taste some of the teeth of the community.
Yeah.
As well. So you started a forum site, and maybe I'll just let you go from there.
Well, let me take two steps back, because I don't know you completely well, John, but I think I have a sense of your intent and your character. And, you know, you've done a lot of things where you've basically created tools for us to be successful. And you've kind of put these tools out here and almost handed them. You've done everything but walk them to our front door. And, you know, here's an injected molded casing, and here's a circuit board, and here's a sound chip, and here's a design. And by the way, here's some cheap Canadian labor where you can even box it up for you and shrink wrap it. And so you've done all these things. And, you know, some people have seen the value in that, and some people haven't. Maybe they're not ready for their project yet. But your offer for this has been sitting out there for a while. And even further, you're like, okay, if you want to develop, you can do it in MAME. We have it set up now where you can develop in MAME, so you don't need the hardware. And so, okay. So now if after doing all of that, you felt like your toes were possibly stepped on, I can relate to being perhaps rubbed the wrong way by that. Like, listen, I've done all this. I put all this stuff out there. So yeah, maybe my feelings are hurt. So I think I can relate to that by suggesting the forum topic, where all I did was say, here's this thing, and maybe you could use it, maybe you can't. Now, and for the record too, after I reread my original post to the mailing list, I realized I probably shouldn't have phrased it that way, because I did kind of open it up as a debate, and I wasn't looking for a debate. I wasn't looking for an opinion. I was really wanting to just say, here it is, take it or leave it. But to my own credit now, I probably screwed up with the way I presented it. Not that it probably would have changed anything, but I do have to own that responsibility. But yeah, it turned into a big debate, and that's fine. Everybody's got an opinion. But yeah, you kind of see this where there's a lot of good intended things, and maybe they're not always jumped on, or maybe they're jumped on for the wrong reasons. And so yeah, I felt a little bit of the sting. And I didn't take any of it personally, like anybody is attacking me. The only thing that really struck me as displeasant was just the general negative attitude, and that negativity is what kind of burned me, that it exists. It didn't burn me because it was directed towards me. It just burned me because it happened at all, you know?
Sure, definitely understand. I know I forget the guy's name, but when you kind of brought it up on the Facebook list, I was one that said, yeah, well, I mean, we've kind of done that before. It didn't work out. I'm not too interested in it, whatever. Maybe not the most positive response. I probably should have kept my mouth shut, but but I tried not to go beyond that. At least when you said that you wanted to start one, I said, well, if he wants to start one, I mean, we've had them. We don't really have one now. So, Brian Blake shut his down 4 months ago, 6 months ago, whatever it was. CoCo3.com was pretty successful years ago. So, I mean, there is some desire for that. There are people who want to use that kind of interface, shall we say. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I think it's good. It's probably good to have something like that available for those that want to use it. But, like I said, I think we've hinted at that before. That was also part of the motivation in the podcast is, the community is not always good at providing even polite responses. And so that's part of what we've tried to do is provide at least polite responses to people's projects. I think we've done pretty good on that for the most part. May have been a little grumpy this week. Who knows? But
I think absolutely the CoCo Crew. Here's how I look at it. You guys have had some really good analogies. The CoCo Crew has been described as the Rainbow Magazine, and that's a great, accurate analogy. Been described as like the NPR, which is great. I think another way to look at it too is almost like the Johnny Carson show, because if you think of what Johnny Carson did, well, he was a big time show. He would have on celebrities, but he also would have like a Cub Scout talk about their troop project, so everybody got a chance to talk about what was going on. And so you guys are talking about all kinds of projects, and you're not judging them by their significance or value or degree of difficulty. You're just saying, hey, there's a lot of things going on. And I think that validation is nice to receive and hopefully inspirational for other people too, because like, oh yeah, this guy's doing it, maybe I should do it. And that's basically what you say on a lot of your news segments is like, this isn't a CoCo project, but it could be a CoCo project, hint, hint. And you're kind of fueling the fire. And I think that inspiration has shown in the 2 years I've been watching this. There's a lot more involvement and interest and activities are starting to happen.
Yeah.
So John, if John is Johnny Carson, who is Ed McMahon?
Who's Ed McMahon?
McMahon, yeah.
Ah, that's a great question. I don't know if Neil fits into that. Yes, you are correct, sir. I don't know. I don't know if that's Neil. Maybe it has to be Myro.
Well, Neil has always said that he is that he's the Paul Schaefer to
to David Letterman. Okay, I can see that.
P.S. I love you. Oh, that's a different show. Oh goodness. Well, so
I just like to mention something about CoCo Talk. I find it's also a good supplement for the CoCo Fest blues.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like CoCo Fest, right? I mean, what you're doing there, you're getting into some elaborate chats, stuff that goes on at CoCo Fest, on the side, right?
Yeah, I even look at it as just CoCo Crew blues because I hate having to wait a month to hear another episode. It's just like after you've heard the CoCo Crew podcast, you're just filled with so much, energy and information, and you feel good for 4 hours on your short episodes. And then you have to wait 29 more days for another episode to come out. So I look at it when I was mentioning this, I'm like, well, this is my methadone for CoCo Crew withdrawals. So, I like hearing people talk about the CoCo. I like to listen. I like to hear this. I'm a junkie for this.
Yeah, it is a good time to be in the retro community, and that is definitely great that anybody who's into the CoCo now has a constant flow of information, and that makes it easier for people to get involved, and hopefully they're inspired to actually just deciding to do something and work on it, whether it's some little project or a big project. So it's definitely great to have the expanded media presence that we have with your shows, Steve.
Yeah, thanks. You guys have been a huge inspiration for me. Myro, you're a huge inspiration with all your creative content as well, so we're trying to do our little segments here and there. And it's been a great value added addition to the show having you on there, not only with all your segments, but just your additional contributions to the co-hosting and the discussions and everything else too.
Well, thank you for that. I do have one important question for you. I'm just trying to imagine what it's like to drive 20 hours with Michael Brandt. Can you elaborate on that?
You know what? It was very enjoyable, honestly. Michael and I have only really met. We met twice. The first time we met was after last year's CoCo Fest, where he came to pick up all the crap I got for him. So that was the first time I met him. And that's when John called him Qui-Gon because of the hair and the beard. So that was the first time I met him. Second time I met him is when I drove up to Orlando to pick up a haul because we purchased Brian Blake's collection. I got half of it and he got half of it. And when I went up there to meet him, that's when we discussed the Tandy Assembly road trip. Like, we got to do this, So we're sitting there having pizza at Mellow Mushroom, and we're planning and plotting and scheming this, and it just kind of came to be. But no, it was great. It was fun. It was long ass drives. So it was nice not to have to do it all myself. Here's a funny story about that. So I got a big rental car because I knew we were going to be hauling a lot of crap and hopefully bringing stuff back too. Full size rental car was a Chevy, whatever the hell it was. Anyways, the passenger seat could not get the passenger seat to go back, and I'm pushing all the buttons, sliding all the levers. So the passenger, whoever had to sit shotgun, their life sucked, right? So when you weren't driving, you didn't have any leg room. The back was filled. So when I'm home the day before I drop off the rental car, I pick up my daughter from school. She reaches down on the left-hand side of her hand and pushes it and slides herself back. And it was a manual lever on the left. I'm trying every single slider knob on the right-hand side of the seat. I'm trying all the technical choices. Yeah. So I'm like, my 16-year-old daughter figured out how to adjust that seat in 3 seconds.
Oh,
and
it's a hybrid
car. Yeah, we spent 2,000 miles in that car. Could not adjust that seat.
Part electric, part manual. That's great. Thanks, Jan.
Yeah. But other than sitting in the passenger seat, no, it was cool. It was really nice.
Yeah, it was great seeing you both at Tandy Assembly. I'm glad you both came. And when I get the chance, I'll ask Michael the same question.
To get us in different rooms, make sure the stories line up, right? So.
That's right. That's right.
Luckily, there's 20 hours of video on YouTube that shows the entire trip.
That's right. We peeked in on you coming up there. That was great.
Yeah, it's when the bandwidth would support it. So
we always got an update where you were.
Steve, I have two important questions for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you got your CoCo 3 yet? And are you in love with the CoCo?
Yes, and those are both great songs too. So yes, I got my CoCo 3, and I'm in love with the CoCo. Yeah, yeah. Matter of fact, my first CoCo 3 I got from a Neil Blanchard auction. So he was talking about it on the show. He says, "Yeah, I put up one of my CoCos. I bid on it. I won it." And when I won it, I wrote him a note. I said, "Hey, I won your CoCo. Could you give me an autograph?" And he autographed a silver Tandy floppy jacket, and that was what he put on there too. Is, hey, you got your CoCo 3 yet?
I've never met anybody who loves the CoCo more than Neil. In fact, he may even make love to his CoCo.
That's for the After Dark episode.
Edit.
I see our CoCo 3 behind you there, Boise.
Oh, yeah, I've got quite a few actually in various states of disassembly. I've been working on the DriveWire Mac server lately, so yeah, kind of getting back into a little bit of side time on it.
Nice. So what is the focus of this month's show for the CoCo Crew podcast?
It's a Tandy Assembly Victory Lap.
Victory Lap. You're definitely entitled to that. That was a great show. I think that was possibly too what made this week's drama a little bit more dramatic. Was we were off of like a 2-week high to now hit this low was very anticlimactic, So I think the timing couldn't have been worse. But no, you definitely deserve a victory lap for Tandy Assembly.
Well, like you say, interacting with the public, especially the internet, especially on Facebook, is a good way to keep yourself humble. It's probably the best way since the Romans. I don't know if you ever watched any those old movies back when they made a bunch of movies set in Rome. But there's one I think is called Quo Vadis. I think is the one where they're having a triumph for some Roman general or whatever. But they show how they'd put a slave on the back of the chariot behind the general while he's doing his parade. And every so often the slave would just have to lean forward and say, "Remember, you're only a man. Remember, you're only a man." And so
that was his reality check, huh?
Yeah, that's right. So, apparently I'm the equivalent of an Aussie schoolgirl having a fit or something like that. I don't know.
Plaid skirt and white stockings?
Yeah, I thought Aussie women were better looking than that, but whatever.
Actually, that slave thing would be a great job for Neil.
Oh, come on.
Only a man, Neil. Just keep repeating it.
You're only a man. I'm waiting for Neil's breakout show. Neil is slowly becoming the breakout star of the CoCo Crew podcast.
The Tandy 1000 has been kicked around a few times.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should put Neil and David Ladd together for their own Tandy 1000 podcast.
Oh, man.
The Tandy 1000 used floppies, so I'm sure David Ladd would have some contribution.
I think it ought to be called the Neil Brookings Show.
The Neil Brookins Show.
There you
with
go.
Your host, Neil Brookins.
Oh, Lord. No, that was hilarious when we found out that Neil Brookins, there's a real Neil Brookins that's, not Brookings, but a real person. That was funny. I thought he was an imposter.
Yeah.
What can we stir up here?
Guys, unfortunately, I got to cut out. Sort of have to leave early.
Okay, Neil.
But
enjoy what remains of the summer in Canada.
Yeah, the rest of the day.
Go out and tap those trees. The syrup's not going to make itself.
Oh, yeah.
Good talking to you, Neil.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for joining us, Steve. It's good having you here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mike, you got anything, any other topics?
No, I think I got all my questions answered. I'll just want to say thanks again for all your live streaming at Tandy Assembly. That was a big plus, and we had a much broader audience to enjoy it. And we couldn't have done that without you. So thanks again.
No problem. Yeah, the lessons we learned from CoCo Fest. I had a crappy laptop with one camera, and I just realized I would like it to be a little better, and it was a little better, and we could find ways to make it even more better. That's we can be technically critical, but I think overall it was a nice thing to have. And I enjoyed listening to that roundtable discussion again that we had. It was nice hearing not only all of the different podcasters talk, but really hearing from the attendees. And that guy who managed that Radio Shack store, he was really interesting. Did anybody get his contact info? Because he would make a great interview too.
Yeah, he probably would. I don't think I have it though. Yeah, I don't know if you'd heard that, there was an attendee that showed up, said, yeah, I saw the live stream with Don French this morning, and I just had to get down there. So he drove from somewhere else in Ohio. And then he had a business card, was trying to talk us into some bigger show in Ohio or something like that.
Was that the guy who bought the pizza?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It was good pizza. Thanks.
Oh goodness. I'm sure there's something else. Let's see. What else? So you've got some big plans, right? You're planning to expand the Strobridge media empire.
The empire is going to expand. Yeah, I mean, I'm alluded to this in my Tandy Assembly presentation, but I forgot to mention the most important part, which wasn't about the fact I'm breaking up my YouTube into 3 channels, because that's neither here nor there. But right now I started with 1 channel, and it has everything. It has CoCo videos. It's got Sega Genesis. It's got Atari 2600. It's got Minecraft. It's got PC games, right? So it's all over the place. It became very clear to me that the CoCo videos were really the main attraction to my channel. So I have set up a CoCo channel. It's called I'm a Coco Nut, and I'm going to be doing nothing but color computer content on that channel. Of course, timing, available time to do that is the enemy there. But that's going to free me up in a lot of ways, because right now I look at my primary channel as a primarily gaming channel. So I try to sort of keep things more on the entertainment side. Or I feel that I kind of need to or should. But if I have a color computer channel, there's no rules. This is not a gaming channel. It's a CoCo channel. So yes, we'll have the gameplay videos, and we'll have the interviews, and we'll have CoCo Talk, but we can have tech segments. We can have technical things, and there's really no rules there. So I'm looking forward to having a lot more CoCo content on this CoCo channel. So that channel exists. It's yet to be majorly populated, but anything new I do will go there. And then I'm eventually going to start a second talk show, because I think CoCo Talk is fairly successful, being as obscure as it is. It's the color computer. It's one of 1,000 systems that existed in the 80s, and it's got a decent audience. So I'm wanting to branch out and do a show that I'm going to call Retro Talk, that will just be non-specific, but cover that era of 70s, 80s, and 90s. And so every week we'll have a different topic or a different system, but I think that'll open up to a bigger audience. And I'm curious to test those waters and see what we can build there. And I'm hoping that if that picks up, that will cross-pollinate CoCo Talk and vice versa, having these different shows to kind of advertise the other shows and increase those things. That was my motivation to doing the podcast originally too, was I just want to throw it out there. And I was really hoping that somebody would start listening and say, gosh, I really wish I could see what they were doing. And I was just selfishly wanting to find a way to turn listeners into viewers, because I view my show as a video show first. And so it was kind of just like, let me just throw it out there and see if we get some more viewers. And again, unplanned and unexpected, people are like, hey, I really appreciate you doing this, because now I can listen, because I don't have the time or the bandwidth or whatever to watch. And so people enjoy listening to it. So the fact that it became a benefit to the already existing audience was unplanned, but it's great. It's great that they do,
Cool. Very good. Well, definitely wish you luck in those areas. And the cross-pollination is a great thing. I know, like one of your regulars, Mark Overholzer, I know he's more of an Apple person, or traditionally has been.
Sure.
But, his interests have crossed over. And I'm sure there's a number of our people, shall we say, the CoCo people, that have interest either certainly in other Tandys and in other, the Commodore 64, the Apple, or VIC-20 or whatever. So there's no reason to confine that. Now, that said, I do seem to have not limited myself, but the planning, at least for events, have all been for machine-specific events, and those have worked out pretty well. Tandy Assembly and CoCo Fest, whatever. I do think that we are a broader community. It's sometimes a little hard to get deep, both deep and wide, of course. Mm-hmm. I think it's good to get more people involved, and you never know who'll pull what out. So there'll be that one other person in the world that likes the same 2 old machines that you do.
Right.
So that should be cool. Well, so the traditional end of the interview question, I guess, is what have we not talked about? What should we be asking you?
Yeah.
Any ideas there?
So I'll just tell you something that it was a conversation that Ron Klein and I had right towards the end of Tandy Assembly. He goes, I like how you're, you keep things going and you're kind of quick-witted with the people who are speaking. And he's like, have you ever done anything like this before? And so I will share with you guys what I shared with him. But yeah, in the past, I've actually done, the echo is killing me right now. But yeah, I've actually done live stand-up comedy. And just like YouTube and the CoCo stuff, it was something I've never done before, but I just started doing and kept doing and hopefully got better at. So I was a master of ceremonies. I ran professional shows. I was a semi-professional comedian. I went on the road, did colleges, cruise ships, things like that. So, so I was self-taught in that as well. So that's probably my background, and what's helping me be a halfway decent host at this show is I have experience running professional, entertainment shows. And because I've done things like that in the past, I've taken something that I've never done before, taken something that was just a hobby that I wanted to do for fun, and found out that if you work hard at something and you're passionate about it and you're dedicated to it, you can make something out of that. Those previous successes in my past kind of gave me the confidence to think, if I'm going to start YouTube, that I could be successful in this too. I've never done it before, but there's been plenty of other things I've done that I've never done before. But if I was passionate about them and I just kept doing them and got better at them, something good will potentially happen. So, and I think that's starting to happen now, 2.5 years later.
That's cool. I would have never guessed. So you actually went on cruise ships and did those kinds of gigs and did some stand-up?
Yeah, I did one cruise ship, because in South Florida we have these cruise ships that just leave the port and they go out for 5 hours. It's a booze cruise and they come back, So right. I've done one of those. Did a couple college gigs. Went to New York. I was on the road once or twice. Did a couple road trips, mostly local stuff, but did a handful of out of town gigs too. So
that's cool. That's really neat.
I'll bet there's some good stories there, but I might have to wait for the CoCo after dark.
Yeah, well, I think there's probably some similar things there when you think about the personalities and the communities, the stuff we were talking about. That stand-up comedy where you have a bunch of people doing open mics, you're not getting paid, you're trying to develop a craft, and it was so cutthroat and so dog eat dog and so vicious. It was almost a toxic environment, and ironically, when you're trying to create entertainment and comedy, most of the people were just bitter, evil people. So you kind of see some of that, going on with some of the personalities in other communities too.
Definitely. All right. Well, I think that probably is all that I've got. Mike, Boise, either of you have anything left?
I just want to echo what Mike said earlier about Steve's contributions. Thank you, Steve, for what you do.
No, likewise.
Do a great. It's a great adjunct to the CoCo community, and thank you. It's great to have you.
Thank you. Thank you, Myro.
You.
Yeah, definitely, Steve. It's been great having you as part of the community. Someone else to be the focus of people's admiration and hatred combined. So
there's more than one sacrificial lamb.
Exactly. All right. Well, so with that, I think we'll probably wrap it up. And again, thanks, Steve, for joining us. And we're going to take another break, and we'll be back with the rest of the show.
All right. Big shout out to David Ladd.
Yay, David Ladd. All right. Thanks.
Take care.
So I says, if you think he's so grand, why don't you have him over for dinner?
The wizard for dinner. That's so funny.
Did you fellas see that lad who came in about 1:15?
Yeah, I see him. Kid was all fired up saying someone lifted his money and wanted to know who it was.
Looking for the bandits. That's so funny.
Liable to get his throat cut, he keeps talking like that.
Yeah, get his throat cut.
I think that lad is going to try to recover the King's Scepter.
The King's Scepter? From the wizard? In the middle of the Forest of Doom? That poor bug'll be lucky if being robbed is all that happens to him.
Yeah, lucky.
There's something different about this one, though.
Different? Bah, I should rob him again myself. Get a few lads and follow him in a ways.
Yeah, follow him in and rob him.
I'm not so sure you want to be doing that now, Bill. Did you see that tome he was carrying?
That dusty old book? What of it?
Yeah, what of it?
I heard him say it contained the secrets of the Forest of Doom. I think this lad means business.
Well, that may be, but book or no book, I've never seen someone come back from that quest.
Yeah, never come back.
Well, I'll be wishing him luck. And while I'm at it, warn him about the shadows.
Are you ready? For the Forest of Doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
Yeah, if you dare.
What can TRS-80 computers do for you? Billing, bookkeeping, payroll, inventory, mailing lists, data analysis. They can be used as tutors, lab assistants, word processors, or entertain with exciting games. Radio Shack designed and built the TRS-80 to offer all of these capabilities at an affordable price, and they are easy to use and easily expandable. The TRS-80 Model 2 is strictly business and twice as fast as the original Model 1. And the new Model 3 is a completely self-contained desktop computer designed for both home and office. TRS-80 stands for top value, top support, and top service. Radio Shack offers the most popular computers in the world. Visit one of over 400 computer centers or over 8,000 Radio Shack stores and dealers nationwide. Radio Shack, the biggest name in little computers, a division of Tandy Corporation.
And now, the CoCo Crew would like to present the Podcasters Roundtable, recorded live at Tandy Assembly 2017 in Chillicothe, Ohio. Enjoy.
I would like to call together the first ever Tandy Talk. So, we are here to talk about Tandy. I was usually on Saturday I'm doing with my friends CoCo Talk, and we're here. So your regularly scheduled CoCo Talk has been preempted by Tandy Assembly, and I had basically asked that there would be an opportunity for us to do some type of discussion during Tandy Assembly, and here we are. And we've got a bunch of podcasters and other international celebrities with us here too, which is great too. And we have all of you guys here. So for all of you who have come to Tandy Assembly and who are here now joining us in Tandy Talk, give yourselves a round of applause, because this is... It's been an exhausting and amazing 18 hours, it feels like we've been here. How long has it been? It feels like we've been here 18 hours today. So it's been a great day, and I'm hoping that we can all just talk about, we're going to of course introduce everybody who's here, but I was hoping we can all just kind of talk about this shared experience we're having here today, Tandy Assembly. You know, what brought you here? What have you liked about being here? What are you still looking forward to seeing while you're here? I'm Steve Strobridge, and if you missed my 30 minutes of fame earlier today, I do color computer gameplay videos and other retro things on YouTube. I also host CoCo Talk, which is a weekly live talk show, which is now also a podcast. And I'm a big fan of Myro and the CoCo Crew Podcast, and the Trash Talkers, and Floppy Days. A lot of great content out there in the community. So I'm done saying who I am. The reason why I'm here is because Tandy is what got me started in computers, got me started in my career, and got me wanting to do YouTube to celebrate all those kind of things. So other than that, I don't care when we work our way down the line, everybody say who you are, name, rank, serial number type thing, or
Yeah, start with Pete.
Pete.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Peter Bartlett. I'm one of the Trash Talk podcasters. I'm what Randy Kindig, who unfortunately isn't here, would call a TRS-80 Model 1 enthusiast. So I got started in TRS-80 computers back at an early age and got very interested in that, and sort of picked up later in life in the mid-2000s when my mom sent me my old Model 1 keyboard, and I started building add-on devices for that, and that sort of snowballed into a little bit of a business, which, I've been branching out into more originally the Model 3 and the Model 4 and so forth line, and now I'm starting to even get into the CoCo thing, thanks to the influence of these guys. And I'm just finding a whole lot of fun branching out and learning new things.
Well, thanks. We're glad you're here. Looking forward to seeing more of your exhibits.
Ian Maverick from Australia. Still pretty tired and a bit jet lagged. Coming out here, but the things we do. But I thought it's been a really good, well-designed event, and I'm hoping that that there'll be future ones, and that we can get more of the enthusiasts from around the United States to come along to these things. I've got some ideas on how to increase the numbers and stuff, but I think this event has a great future. I started out with these computers when my parents bought me one in the 70s, and I've sort of never been really far away from them, though obviously there was a big lull for a while there. There wasn't much interest in retro computing, but once I noticed there was an interest starting to emerge in the retro computing hobby, I thought, well, this gives me a chance to sort of do my bit to keep the TRS-80 name alive. It wasn't the biggest name in computers in Australia. That was probably mostly catered for by Commodore and Apple. So, but having said that, I have a lot of people who are interested in what I do and the way that I do things and the way that I support the community with my projects and just general advice and support and things like that. So yeah, that's what I do. It's not a main income or anything like that. It's just kind of something I do to give a bit back and try and if people can buy the things that they're after to keep their interest in the hobby going, then that's the important thing. Yeah.
Your shirt clip just came up. Cufflink or something?
My cufflink.
Whoa.
I'm done.
Hey everybody, I'm Peter Stepinski, I'm the host of the TRS-80 Trash Talk Podcast. And I'm blown away by the attendance and the enthusiasm and the community. It's way beyond my expectations when we originally started planning this a year or so ago. I mean, it's like, right? This is like a living room. So I'm really happy with it. Unlike probably everybody in this room, I didn't have a TRS-80 when I was a kid. I didn't grow up with a TRS-80. I'm a newcomer just over the past couple of years. I was a Commodore, Big 20 kid, and I got into the Atari line for a while. And I think when I got into retro computing a few years ago, I got a Big 20, I got an Atari, a PAD, and I got a TRS-80. And for some reason, I got drawn to the TRS-80 platform. So I think I'm realizing what you guys found out when you were young. What is it, the magic about it? I'm not sure. But it really attracted me. And I think part of it is the fact that it's all new to me, which is exciting. I learned everything there was to learn about the Atari and the Commodores. And everything I'm learning about the TRS-80 now, to me, is new. The programs, the architecture, coding for them, all the different models. So it's really been an exciting time.
My name's Neil Blanchard, everybody, or Neil Brookings, as some people call me.
Neil Brookings!
I'm the co-host and editor of the CoCo Crew Podcast. The CoCo 3 was my first computer, Color Computer 3, and I got back into it back in 2005. Then 2010 went to CoCo Fest, met these guys, and here we are today. And what amazes me with this community is that we're all brought together for pretty much the same thing. These old computers, which is pretty amazing.
It is cool. It definitely is. So I'm John Linville, and I'm again one of the hosts of the CoCo Crew. And let's see, I'm also the organizer for the Retro Challenge event. If you aren't aware of Retro Challenge, go check out retrochallenge.org. The event is running now. It's not too late to enter if you have an idea. Anyway, with that plug in, so like a lot of people, that was my start with computers is mostly Tandy after a brief brush with an Apple II in school, but they took me to Tandy Computer Center for some classes in BASIC, and my dad was a ham radio guy and CB guy. Of course, he spent a lot of time at Radio Shack, so it's a natural choice that he picked a Radio Shack computer to bring home for me. And have a little singing part on a recent CoCo Crew podcast. Is a parody of the country song, but I had something in there about I hacked the blackjack program to give the dealer 5 cards. Well, that's a true story. There's a demo program that the dealer itself it was blackjack, but the dealer would only deal twice, even though he'd deal up to 5 times to you. So my dad challenged me to change it, and I eventually figured it out, and that was like the beginning of the hacking bug or whatever. So anyway, so I owe a lot to Radio Shack and the Tandy line of computers for what's become a very comfortable living for me and my family, and whatever. Now that after spending many years going to CoCo Fest, I really enjoyed it from a hobby perspective and from the networking and community perspective. And, several of us that go just kind of, we wanted a little more. And we talked about it off and on, and trying to figure out how to expand it. And at some point, we wanted to expand, but we didn't want to lose that kind of, community focus or whatever. And at some point it dawned on us that, well, maybe we could, instead of including every old computer, maybe we could just include the Tandys, And about that time, the Trash Talk podcast was starting to gain a little steam or whatever, so we kind of reached out to them, and they were amenable to the idea, and we've been a good team, I think. And this event today is beyond my wildest imagination, really. I would have been happy if there were 30 people here, and there's easily twice that. And so it's a great event, and I hope it continues.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm Mike Rowan, also known as Myro.
It has caught on. Myro.
I'm a co-host of the CoCo Crew Podcast. I do parody commercials and bits for the audio bits for the podcast. Sometimes I guest appear on the Trash Talk show with a couple of ads for them as well. We're really delighted. We're so happy everybody made it out here. I think the last count we had 76 people here today.
Nice.
Wow. So it's a really great turnout. And we can't believe everybody's generosity with the auction. You saw the huge pile of stuff, and that most of that came from all of you. So that has definitely secured doing this again next year. So we're looking forward to that. As far as computers, when I was 13, my dad brought home, I think that was probably 1978, 78, 79. He brought home a TRS-80 Model 1, Level 2, 16K. He even sprang for the extra keypad.
Nice.
And then he never got to use it again. I lived on that computer all through high school, learned a program on it, got into machine language on the Z80, and that kind of launched my career. When I left home, I joined the Air Force, and it was time for me to get my own computer. I decided to upgrade to a color computer. And I was a very... in the 80s, one of my primary jobs was doing Unix system administration, security administration, and with my color computer, I often would use it when we ran shorter terminals. I'd bring it into work and use it as a terminal at work. I was a heavy OS 9 user because it was very Unix-like. I had the UUCP package, so when I had my CoCo at home, I could exchange files with work, if I needed to update a configuration file, I could just pull it down with UUCP on my CoCo, edit it, push it back out, and it saved me the 20, 30-minute drive to work often. So it was a great tool and a computer I love. But all the Radio Shack computers, that whole line, I kind of grew up with them, and the Pocket computers and the Model 100s, and it's just great to have an event where it could just be about all those computers, because there's just kind of they've got some common link there with Radio Shack and Tandy, and it's been a great event, and I appreciate everybody making the effort to come out here. It's been a blast.
Yeah. How much experience did you have over the years with the Tandy 10?
With the Tandy 10? 0.
Obviously, that's an inside joke. You want to fill in the blanks?
Somebody asking about the Tandy 10.
Tandy 10. Yeah, the Tandy 10's a real thing, but no, I've not seen one in person.
It's a shame that the Tandy 11 never came out. That's awesome. So for everybody who's here, if you want to, I don't know if you want to take turns, if you just want to yell it out, like what was the motivating factor that says, I want to come to this thing? I want to check this thing out.
I'll tell you, with me, it was, I grew up, Jay, I'm from Maryland. I grew up with the Radio Shack. I mean, I'm almost sure half the people here did too. I mean, some form of it. I did it. I had taken a course in basic programming at college as an elective to get out of my senior year. For the price, I picked it up, took it home, took it out of the box, started typing in some commands, and next thing you know, I had a program running. Mm-hmm. And I could not go to sleep at night. so excited. And I kept up with it. It helped me develop programs. There were programs for hospitals. I was a pharmacist and sold some software to hospitals, and it was just it was fun. Right. It was, and I didn't want to make a lot of money. I was a pharmacist, so I was making fairly good income. But then I just noticed that it started to go down a little, down a little, down a little, and it just seemed to get quieter. And I didn't know what to do with it. If I want to keep my machine or if I want to get rid of it, well, I sold it. Yeah. And I sold it for a ridiculously low amount of money because I figured it's got no value. Sure. And then all of a sudden, I see a revitalization on eBay and emails and stuff like that. And then you run into people like Ian, and you run into other people like Peter, and you find out that, hey, this machine is not dead. Yeah. And that revitalized me, and I said, I've got to go to this convention because it shows that there's some interest out there still for a machine that was 35.
Sure. Is this your first vintage computing festival ever?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how did you find out about Tandy Assembly? What was it, the track?
I don't know where I heard it, but I guess I just found it in a link somewhere. Okay. Or somewhere, and I then posted it on the VCF website to say, hey, does anybody know about this thing and what's going on with it? And I got some responses, and I was amazed at the turnout. I really was.
Yeah, it's
but
pretty
like
cool.
I say, when you actually get to see the people that you're talking to on the computer, ordering parts or whatever, that's the experience. And then the fact that you have very good lecturers come in, Don French. Yeah. I mean,
great speakers. Yeah.
I mean, you have an extremely good group. And I'm looking for Scott Adams tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, if you can do that, I think the interest will stay there.
So what do you have now? You have
I have about 12 Model 3s. I have parts coming out. My second room in my apartment is nothing but computer parts and computers. I got 4 models ready to run. I do like Ian does. I just buy them offline, tinker with them, fix them, and then resell them. And that's the pleasure I get out of it.
Keep going.
Keep it going. Yeah. I mean, these are viable machines,
That's awesome.
And they sell. They sell.
That was a great host discussion on collecting and when is too much and how do you control. Do you have a protocol in place for making sure you don't collect too much?
Actual answer. I went nuts. I really did. Every time I saw a Model 3 or a Model 4 or a Model 4D on the web, I said, I'm going to try and get it. There was 2-3 sales that I got where I got bummers. I didn't get what I was supposed to get, but. Right. But I got a nice little selection of machines. And of course, Ian and his crew come out with all these wonderful devices for it.
It's amazing, yeah.
I mean, a TRC Model 1, whoever envisioned a 4K Model 1
with a little connector and a card has a hard, it's a hard drive machine. It's inconceivable. And so that's my 2 cents.
That's awesome. Anybody else want to chime in on what made Scott?
Yeah, sure. I've been participating in the Facebook group, and I've jumped on your Discord. And I had been eyeing going to one of the festivals like CoCo Fest, but it's at a bad time of year for me, so I haven't made it down there. So I've been looking at that for years. And I've been eyeing going to Kansas Fest, but again, bad time of year for me, so I can't go. And then I saw Tandy Assembly is in the fall when I have time and I have money, and thought, it's the first one. I have to go. I can't ever say that I went to the first one.
Exactly. I've missed 24 CoCo Fest before I came to 25, so I didn't know they existed. You know?
So, I came down here not really knowing what to expect. I heard some of the stories from CoCo Fest and all the other festivals, but I didn't know what I was going to find, and it's been super exciting just to be in a room with 60 other people who are all talking about this old computer. In my friend group, nobody else owned one. I had one when I grew up, and they've been like, yeah, I heard of that, but then they just don't care. So being able to be in a room with people who are like, know far more than I do about it and want to talk about it all day, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah. I agree. Very cool. Anybody else want to chime in on what brought you here?
I got here because, completely honest, but I started collecting, I was actually talking to him not too long ago, and I was just collecting because I wanted to. I've got Apple stuff and computer stuff, and I even got some Commodore stuff, which I never had, just to have Commodore stuff and play with it. But I didn't realize there was like a community for it. Like I was just collecting to collect because I wanted to have the equipment. And then I don't remember if I happened upon Steve's stuff first or your guys' stuff, but it was one of the two, and then kind of together. And I'm just like, wow, there's actually people who care about this crap. Like, it's just amazing that, like, not only do people care about it, but like these guys are making new hardware. Like, it's just, it's amazing. It really is. And then, kind of like he said, like April's just a bad time of year for me. So CoCo Fest is kind of out work-wise. So when you guys made the October, I'm like, I'm going to that.
That's awesome. You know, there's a certain amount of if you build it, there will come aspect to it. And it's like we talked about doing this, and people said, well, I mean, Chicago's in the middle of the country. Why would you go somewhere in the middle of nowhere to have an event? Who the hell's going to go to Southeast Ohio? You know, why would anybody go there? We've already got an event.
Like 4 hours. So.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? There's people that are closer. Why would anybody go there? We already have CoCo Fest. You know, nobody wants to go to 2 events a year. It's nothing, you know, and so much of it clearly is wrong. I mean, I see a lot of faces that I see at CoCo Fest. I see a lot of faces I've never seen before or I've only seen on Facebook. Just right there says, well, we're feeling the need that somebody wanted to go to 2 events and somebody couldn't make it to CoCo Fest, right? That's right there. So, you know, sometimes you just have to ignore what people are saying or not saying or what, you know, people think is a dumb thing.
At some point, right?
But, I mean, you had a good point, too. You said these are our hot rods. It's like, well, I mean, I definitely have a lot of friends that do hot rods. I love it. I think it's great. But, I mean, they spend just as much or more money on their hot rods than I spend on this. And they drive them a lot less than I get to go. I get to play video games anytime I want, right? So they can only drive them in the summer when it's not raining or whatever, right? So
I think you were right with what you were saying about the kind of slightly crappy aspect to some parts of this hobby, but what I find is that in a meeting like this, at least we're all like-minded, because it's a very retro computing is a very difficult hobby to explain to people who aren't into it what the attraction or the appeal is, because you just sound a bit kind of, you know, it doesn't even make sense to me sometimes.
I came over to my house and it's all the food that I was talking about. I says, what the hell do you know that crap? Because I love it.
Yeah.
But he doesn't understand it. He doesn't know because he never grew up with that.
Well, one of the things that always amazes me is that the pioneers in the industry, the people who made the old software, who made the old hardware, and then sort of fell out of it and got into a different career, and after all these years they had no idea this was going on. And you call them up and say, hey, could we interview you? And they're like, why would you want to interview me?
And
some of them start to get back into it again.
And it's just like You know, you got Rick, who literally recreated a game that he wrote, 20 years ago? In 6 months, maybe, something like that? To me, that is just mind-boggling. He's just like, yeah, whatever, like it's no big deal to him, but it's just, it is. It's just amazing,
Yeah, well, we hit him with a 1-2 punch. Steve got him, kind of got him out and talked to him. And then we waited a little while, and we had our eyes and we talked to him. And we said, we got this Tandy Assembly thing going,
It's kind of like dating your friend's ex. There's a cooling off there.
So he didn't know what hit him, but all of a sudden he was back in the game,
I just find like, having met a lot of you guys now, it's just like, we're just all normal people, but some of us do extraordinary things. Like, it's extraordinary to other people, but not necessarily to that person, which is strange, but it's just what it is,
To add to that, I think one of the big pieces around this is, and one of the reasons why I came here is, this is something that we share. We're all equally passionate about this. There's inherent camaraderie there. So I think I'm not alone when, I say that this is, this platform, from back in the 80s, kind of guided and made me who I am today to a certain degree. I don't feel that I'd be working in the field that I'm working in. I don't feel that I had the skills that I have that I'm very proud of. And I think everybody shares that common bond. So, having that inherent camaraderie with everyone and finally meeting people and putting, the faces to the names and hearing, all the stories on the podcast. So, CoCo Crew, the Floppy Days, and Trash Talk, and Steven's new one, which is great weekly. It's awesome. So, putting all that together and having the ability to share that first Tandy Assembly and on the 40th anniversary, basically. Of
perfect.
It's something special. So,
there's no better place to learn to talk about floppies than on Steve's podcast.
We have some spin-off shows coming. Floppy Talk is going to be a 24-hour day channel. Floppies all the time.
Days at the lab, right? And we will cassette talk too.
Cassette talk. See, David's asking prices on our considerably.
Show it. Just take much longer. We have the slower show.
What's that?
A Bitbanger show.
A Bitbanger show.
Well, you gotta watch them to act ready on that.
It's great there's so much content to waste your time on now.
Makes for driving great.
I was a kid, teenager, when I had CoCo in the 80s, and I felt that you felt like you were not only part of something, but you felt like you were pretty well informed because you had things like the Rainbow magazine. So even though I didn't understand hardware or circuits or soldering or assembly, I felt like I understood what the machine was about. I felt like I understand what people were doing with this machine. I felt fairly well informed, and I had a CoCo for 7 years. And so I lived every day of my life this thing, and I thought I knew a lot. When I started doing YouTube and I started finding out about Boise's book and the CoCo Crew Podcast and all these things, I'm like, there's so much I didn't know. I learned more in my first 6 months of listening to the CoCo Crew and reading the book and being involved in Facebook. I learned more in 6 months than I learned in 7 years of having the actual machine when it was a current thing. You learn so much. The Boise and Bill's book, if you guys not aware of it, CoCo, The Colorful History of Tandy's Underdog Computer. Awesome. By Boise Pete and Bill DeJudas. Shameless plug right there. Great book about the color computer and Tandy and Radio Shack and the industry and the history. There were so many things to learn.
It's interesting. The common theme is always as cheap as possible. Like that was always the define his book, and then the talk today is like that's always the define.
And it seems like that was kind of the undoing. If you look at how many things were innovators for the time, Tandy, Radio Shack was one of the biggest innovators in technology. And look at like the Palm Pilot, an innovator in a PDA. Look at the BlackBerry, one of the first smartphones. These innovators. But where are they now? Because they zagged when they should have zigged, and somebody else just carried forward. Apple made everything pretty much irrelevant. It's amazing how what could have been, and you think about that. And while you can't change what could have been, you at least can appreciate what was. And now we're at a point where it's not only what was, but what can we add to that now? And you look at what everybody here is doing with their hardware projects. It's amazing to me because I've never understood circuitry or hardware. So now all these things I'm learning about with the Arduinos and the FPGAs and the fact that we can literally create hardware, virtual hardware, that's real hardware. So it's like,
this is what I like about this group because they're rectifying all the wrongs that Tandy did with the new hardware that's coming out, where Tandy took a shortcut when they shouldn't have, and cheapened the computer. These guys are putting things out there to fix that and make it what it could have been and should have been.
Right.
And it's really cool.
There's not many things you can say now. If I had to do it all over again, what would I have done? With retro, people are doing that. You look at all these projects of these software that's being developed now that could have been developed. The fact that I'm running Pac-Man on my CoCo and I can run Donkey Kong on my CoCo, and that these machines were capable of running these things that nobody did.
Well, it's interesting when you take money out of the equation and go to passion.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and I understand that some of it is you just had to crank these things out. But,
or running a fully interrupt-driven multitasking operating system on that toy computer. Color
and what's that called? It's absolutely amazing to me, and I continue to be inspired by it. And I think what people are doing are inspiring other people. And I don't have the graph of where things were 3 years ago, but in the 2.5 years I've been watching this, I've seen that graph grow in hardware and software and community engagement, involvement, and it just seems like it's rising. If we could, make this a stock. I'd say buy 1,000 shares right now, because it's just like, this is Apple stock right now with the retro enthusiasm is doing.
You see, last month I was in a group, they was talking, and the speaker was talking about containers and how they're used, and I'm thinking, the light went on. This is not new. We were doing this with the color computer. Everything's code reentrant. Okay? If you want to run more than one iterate, fine. You start another session, but the code's already in there from the first session. All it does is keep track of what changes are made, and that's what containers are. And it's not new.
Well, yeah, the community investment, the community work seems to have or at least the ones what we've been doing. We're picking the right things. I think we're getting a good return on investment. We're getting a higher than $1 return on every dollar we put into it, at least right now. I don't know, are we just getting lucky or what? Are we just doing the right thing, or is it just the right time? I don't know. I hope we can keep it going. But like you said, there was a time when it kind of felt like things were diminishing. The hobby kind of felt like maybe it was disappearing, or at least shrinking into a smaller ball than what it was. And that's why I wanted to put some effort into stuff, and I wanted to document projects and talk more publicly, partly just because I want to make sure that guys that have too many people that come over and say, why the hell do you have a room full of this stuff, have some validation that you're not the only one, right? And so it feels good to know, hey, I'm not the only guy that likes this stuff. Hey, I did this, maybe there's somebody I can show it to. And you do that, right? And somebody else gets the same feeling. It's like, well, hey, I did this, and it's kind of like that, but it's a little different. What do you think, And so it kind of builds a community, and I think it helps everyone grow. Everyone feels a little better, has a little more fun. And, these projects that you do in the community that, sure, they're just dumb competing projects or whatever, right? But if they satisfy your need to learn something, or your need to prove to yourself that you can do something or whatever, it makes you a better person. It makes you a happier person. Maybe it improves your life. I don't know. Maybe it improves your home life. Maybe it improves your wife's outlook on things, right? I think there is some good to be had in the world just by, enjoying your hobby. And like I said, it's no different than spending time out in the garage with the grease all over you. At least you can, go and eat a sandwich without having to wash your hands.
To me, the important thing still is that no matter what we build and design, new hardware, I do that, Ian does that, a lot of people do that, new software, new approaches, you're out in your car, in your garage, tinkering with your original car, you're still using your old computer. Just like you're still using your old Mustang or whatever. Sure, you added a turbocharger or whatever.
Sure.
You're still at that keyboard that you bought, or your dad bought you back in 1978 or whatever. We haven't changed that. We're just making it so you can use it more efficiently and have more fun with it, and not have to scream at your cassette player all the time or whatever.
And even if you pull the steering wheel and replace it with a chain link circle, you still got more in common with the other guy that's got the same car with the stock steering wheel. You're still driving the same car. You know what I mean? And you're not totally off on your own. I don't know. You're not a weirdo. Welcome to the club.
Well, I think too, you hit on the fact that, and that's what's attractive to me, is you never stop learning about it. And it's kind of like, wow, I had that computer back then, but I really didn't know everything about it. Or there was a lot left to learn before I had to move on to something else. And you come back to it, it's like, now I got a second chance. I can come back and really spend some time on this. And now with the internet, of course, we've got all the manuals at our fingertips. Software we could never have afforded at the time, and it just really lets you unleash it and experience the things you never got to, originally. So it's about that experience too. Just like you didn't get to ride in that Mustang, but you can now because you know it.
I think you guys hit on a good point though about the hobby is peaking all across all different computer lines. And I think it really is to do with timing, because people like me, who when these were out were 6, 8, 10, are now in the peak of our careers. We have some money and some time that we can do with this. So in the last year and a half, I've probably bought 15 or 20 different retro computers of all different types. Both the ones I did have access to when I was young, as well as ones I drooled over at the electronics store, but could never have afforded. And
now you can.
That's matched up at the same time with modern hardware that says I can use an SD card instead of a floppy disk, and I can get a network card for some of the computers and plug it into my network and transfer files. And we're at a really special place right now, and I hope it's not the peak because I want more to come.
Yeah.
But it really kind of could be because there's so much good out there right now.
We're living our childhood dreams.
Yeah.
All these machines we drooled over in magazines. Most of them are affordable.
And better, really. I mean, I put a 16 megahertz accelerator in my Apple IIe. That was not something that could have existed in the 1980s.
Well, where can you go to get a Mustang in an auction for $5?
You're not going to want to drive that.
That's
no.
for sure.
It's all about quality.
That'll be a project.
Okay, I guess keep that back there for
that Mustang will be the equivalent of mounting a joystick in the top of your CoCo case.
I had a look at that.
Basically, go ahead.
Sorry, I had a look at that color computer with the joystick in the top. I had a close look at it because I bought it. It's so badly done. It doesn't actually have a fire button anywhere. I look all over it.
I asked that when I first saw it. Is there a fire button? They're like,
No, it's a different one.
I think it's from a school. Just from the markings on it.
Well, that's one way to dissuade the kids from playing games. Just take away the fire button.
Well, the joystick's not going to walk home by itself either.
Yeah. The pacifist joystick.
But it's not a CoCo with a joystick in it, right?
How did you
It's a
decide, or
joystick
how did
with
you
a
get
CoCo.
together and say, we want to make this thing reality? Was it a concept, an idea?
This event?
Yeah. 18 months ago that we launched into this, and we've been talking about it for a long time.
Yeah, we've been kicking it around for a while, and so I stopped. I've been stopping in this area on the way to go to Chicago for CoCo Fest for 6 years, something like that. Usually would stop a little closer to Dayton, And last year I drove out not only CoCo Fest but also the VCF Midwest in Chicago. And I decided to just check the maps a little bit closer or whatever. And I discovered that this was closer to halfway for me right here. It turns out it also would be like halfway if I were to go to Dion's house. I thought, well, I got to check that place out. You know what I mean? And so I checked it out and just thought, it's a good location. It's a kind of a small town, but there's stuff there. There's this hotel with all these conference facilities or whatever. Like I said, we'd already been kicking it around, but kind of like I just figured eventually if I did it, I'd like just pick a spot near my house or whatever. But I didn't want to do it all myself. I wanted a team or whatever. So I mentioned this place, thought it was cool. Turns out Mike lives a couple of hours away, so he's a lot closer. And he kind of picked up the ball and ran with it. And so like, well, I already kind of started talking about this. Now Mike's talking about it. I guess I got to keep talking too. And we dragged Neil in. And then, like I said, a little later, not much later, but a little later, we kind of reached out to the trash talkers, and they were amenable to the idea. And so we started having meetings on a monthly basis. Yeah.
And I had been independently thinking about starting a TRS 80 only event after the success of our podcast. Cool. And it was fortuitous timing that you guys brought it up about the same time. Perfect.
Yeah, I think that was brought up. It's on YouTube. We had a Google Hangout. Yeah. Was it a year ago? And it turned out there was so many people trying to watch that thing. It sort of put the idea, I think, to the two groups that it's just like, maybe a real in-person event could succeed. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of people tuning into that podcast, and it was all good feedback.
What strikes me about this gathering is there's this energy here that I did not see in any of the CoCo Fest. And I started going to CoCo Fest in 2000 with the Pin Fest, put on by Ron Bowl.
Did you see the pamphlet I got? At the end of the auction at Pin Fest 2000? Sorry.
I missed that. But that's what astounded me here was the excitement and the energy and the participation. That blew me away too. There's a lot of people here. I'm just scouting it out. I mean, I would have bought a table if but I didn't. I came down to see it. I found out about this CoCo Fest.
Yeah.
So. Now you know. Yeah. And my first computer was a color computer, 64K, CoCo 2. And I bought it because I just graduated from a programming degree and I wanted to keep my hand in because halfway through that degree I decided I did not want to be a programmer for Ohio Edison. And so I stayed as an operator, but I didn't want to lose everything, so I bought a color computer and learned how to make databases and everything else off it. But that's the reason I'm here.
Are you close by to the event? You're in Ohio, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you far from here?
I live in the Akron area.
Oh, okay.
So it took me about 4 or 5 hours to get down here because I center punched Columbus during the height of rush hour. So I had my GoPro going in case I had an altercation.
Anybody else want to chime in on what kind of motivated you to come here, or what your feelings are, experiences, or kind of impressions of the event so far?
Anybody not like something about that?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that.
There's a complaint department right here.
The 30 hours in coach is a bit too much.
So, anybody who's going to complain about how long it took to get here has got nothing on that, right? Anybody who wants to say it's just too hard to get there,
just send them my way, I'll lecture them.
And Steve's being modest because we all saw him live stream his way for 2 days and it's from Florida.
It's impressive to have this many people here, and you could look at, even like CoCo Fest. I've been to 2 CoCo Fests, and the fact that there's been like 70 people at CoCo Fest, that's a tremendous amount of people to show up. Because you got to figure there is, everybody said, well, different times a year it's not good for me, and then there's the expense of traveling and the hotels, and so when you get 70 people to show up that on their nickel, and taking their time and energy to get here, that is significant. Regardless that there might be 1,000 people in the community, the fact that you got close to 10% of them to, go out of their way to take place in an event, I think is a very respectable and impressive number of doing that. So again, I'm just a kid in a candy store, and I have been for a while. But I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm just so excited that there's so many other people here too. And I was just, everything you guys were saying when we were over there having dinner at the wing place, and I'm watching all these freaking people getting excited over college football, not having a clue what the hell they're so happy about. That's probably how they feel about me. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever. What are you watching? What is this football thing? So it's just like everybody's passionate about something.
So they throw a Radio Shack commercial up on the screen, everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
Who are these people? These crazy. I went to the Longhouse Steakhouse and one woman looks at me. She thought I was a geek because
That's all right, we do too, Jay.
I think that's pretty clear if you're in this room here.
No judgment.
May I comment?
Well, I'm from Michigan. I had a 4-hour plus drive to get here, and I'm not a computer nerd like what I would, and that's a good term. But for me, it was a nostalgia trip. A lot of guys noticed I got Radio Shack stuff on. This is a little pin that we used to give out to people that would buy a Radio Shack, because we used to have, he'd get negative things about because Commodore Pet, so we give people these little ribbon that's original from the store.
Don't give me $5.
I was a Radio Shack store manager when Don French was down in Texas, so when I saw his name, I just wanted to come and meet him, type of thing. And I have a small collection myself, and my brothers too are in electronics, and so I kind of curious about the value, and I just want to see. Every now and then I'm in some of the discussion groups as a silent observer online, because I really don't get into when the guys talking about interrupts this and that stuff, and I did some programming, and to me it was a product that I would sell and that I would help customers use it, but I didn't get into the technical aspect of it. But so I guess it was more of a nostalgia type of thing for me to come down and then see what kind of is going on, and just kind of see what kind of value there is on certain things that I might have that people might want to buy later on. So it's kind of interesting. I didn't know what to expect. You guys, I've known of I've heard of CoCo Fest, but I didn't know how big the community was out there. The internet can either can magnify the importance of something, or it can be diminished because of the internet. And you might not know exactly how much personal interest there is in something, but it's great that you guys took the time to do this. My own claim to fame in Michigan is that I sold the very first TRS-80 in the state of Michigan. My funny story is that they were so hard to get for a while. I would tell people, they come in the store saying, I want a TRS-80, I want 16K level 2, they were $999, and you had a 3 to 4 week wait if you ordered them as a store manager. So I'd say, if you pay for it right now, I'll have it for you tomorrow. And then I go home and box mine up. I bring it to the store and deliver it to the guy. And then I already tested it for you. I tell him, I got 2 weeks old because the next one, I have one already ordered, and I take, as soon as I had a couple more stacked up in the store, I'd take one home so I could keep playing it, because I'd have to debug programs for people myself, because there was no experts, and I'd been trained in Fortran at U of M. I know that might not be a good word here, but at the University of Michigan, and so it was easy for me to learn BASIC and convert it over, and so that's what my job was, is debugging software for my customers.
How was the first language on Fortran?
Yeah, you couldn't buy anything, and that's what people, like it was so great, Don said that in French, and I don't know, the Radio Shack, the mentality in Texas was that we're not going to sell these. We'll just make them because to show that we're innovative. I heard that from Charles Tandy myself, personally. And so it was kind of interesting that like people would buy it and just say, you'd say, why are you buying this? And I said, well, because I just want a computer. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I just want it.
A whole new field.
And it was just a whole new thing. It was incredible. And a lot of Radio Shack managers couldn't get their handles around their grasp around back then. And so there was only a few stores out of maybe 75 stores in the state of Michigan. There was only like 6 or 7 managers that really grasped what it was. And so if somebody came into your store and asked, well, I want a disk drive for my computer or whatever, you'd say, I don't know anything about that. And you say, well, anybody do it? Well, there's a guy in Jackson, Michigan that knows a lot. So I always have people that come in from Holland, Michigan and Port Huron, Michigan, driving down there to get their stuff, and they have questions, spend an afternoon at the store on a whole week. Kind of, it'd be like CoCo, it'd be like a Tandy Assembly convention on the weekends. People would come in because I'd be there, and then I'd be answering questions and showing them how to hook things up and debugging software, and I had people lined up at the store, and that's how I retired early, so it was interesting.
I have a question for you as a Radio Shack former employee. There's something we toyed about, but not seriously, was having this event in Fort Worth. Would there be any value to that?
Not for me. I mean, certainly, a 4.5-hour drive I could justify, but Texas, I mean, I wouldn't, for me anyway, I wouldn't, obviously the travel time for someone that's going to come from Australia wouldn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. Where it
need
is.
to have it in New Orleans.
They're in Mardi Gras. I also mentioned before to Peter that maybe the Warwick Hotel in New York would be a good place to have.
That'd be a great place.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions for you about the Tandy store that you managed, or the Radio Shack. They called it Tandy.
Well, it was Tandy Corporation, because they owned a lot of different. Tandy Leather was, of course, his original. Charles' first successful operation.
That's right. So was yours a general product store or a computer center?
Well, Don knows this type. I was an invisible type of a store, because we know that there was the company store in the major market areas, and then you had all the franchise dealers in the minor, like the satellite areas. And those guys could sell Sony as well as Radio Shack. They could sell whatever they wanted.
Okay, yeah.
And that was just a franchisee that could sell a Radio Shack product. And I was one of 600 managers within the chain, the company-owned chain called, the acronym was SMIA, and it was a Special Manager Incentive Agreement. And we put up half the capital for the merchandise in the store. And then I had a contract. They helped, so let's say if I wanted $100,000 worth of wholesale inventory in the store, they had to have $50,000 of my money as a security deposit, so I wouldn't just run off.
Okay.
But I reported, just like there were 2 other Radio Shacks in Jackson company-owned stores, and I was the third one. So I reported all my sales through Radio Shack as a company store, but I had a lot of leverage and leeway, so I was kind of a joint venture type of thing. But my pay was totally different, and that's what my contract, and that's what was really different, is that each store generated a monthly P&L for those that had been Radio Shack employees. Every store had its own profit and loss statement. And so, and a normal manager would get, and employees would get salaries or hourly, and then they have a bonus. A manager would get a bonus. Well, I didn't have any paycheck. I mean, no guaranteed pay at all. What I did is I added on your P&L, when you generated your adjusted gross profit, based on a standard cost of goods, which Radio Shack had established. You had your profit for the month, and then we split the profit 50-50, and then we had certain expenses. Radio Shack paid 100% of the lease. I paid all of the payroll. And then there were some expenses like advertising that we split 50-50. Whatever was left over on the left column, Radio Shack kept. That was their profit for my store. Everything on the right-hand column at the end of the month was my profit, or my pay. Okay. So I had 12 paychecks a year. And then at the end of the year, when we did our final inventory, and whether you had an inventory gain because you had more inventory left over at the end of the year that you were supposed to or less, I would get 50% of that. So that was my 13th paycheck. And I was telling Don a funny story about, of course, your January paycheck would be huge because your December sales were so big. And you'd have, in your last 2 weeks of payroll, where you're paying all the commission that the salespeople didn't show up in December, that showed up in January. So you'd have this huge paycheck that would show up on January 14th. Then the February paycheck would reflect your January sales, and in the wintertime in Michigan, you can have some bad weather, and then you don't have nearly the kind of sales. And then your last 2 weeks of payroll, huge payroll bill showed up in January. And I had a paycheck for February once, where we had a big snowstorm, so we were closed the town was shut down for 4 days. And so the sales for the month were terrible. Then I had all these expenses from December that showed up, and I had a paycheck for 18 cents. That was the whole month. And unfortunately, I saved my December pay, my January paycheck. I hadn't spent it all, but I never cashed it. I actually have a photo. I put it in a plaque. I just cashed it, and I kept all my old name tags from Radio Shack. I've got a little plaque that I made. So I retired after 28 years. I sold my store back into the Radio Shack, basically, and then I retired in 2000.
It sounds like a complicated arrangement with that thing, but obviously it worked. Because
it wasn't all that complicated once you understood. Everything was defined in the contract.
Yeah.
There were certain expense accounts that were 100% Radio Shack's responsibility. They were the fixed expenses, things that I had no control over.
Yeah.
And then things that I had control over, like postage, my heating and air conditioning, payroll. I paid all those on my share.
Okay.
And then, but again, Charles Taney said he wished every Radio Shack company store could have been an SMIA because we all had vested interest, and we didn't need a district manager. In fact, most of my not all, but many of my district managers that I worked for were really annoyed because I made a lot more money than they did.
Wow.
And we were $1 million store, and plus, back then when the computers came in, Don was a little unfair to CBs because we kept selling CBs for a long time, and there were other product lines that we did really well, but the computers, when you have 50% margin now, if anybody at Dell or any of the modern computer makers could think of a 50% margin or even 15% margin, they would go, we had a 50% margin on the $999 computer, so you bet I would sell my one from home. Because I'm making $500 on gross margin on that by taking it back to the store and selling it every time I did that.
So just two more questions. So did head office restrict the amount of shelf space you could allocate to the computer equipment?
Actually, not. Well, each store was so different in its layout. It isn't like a Menards. If you go into like a Menards hardware store or like a Lowe's, they're all laid out the same. Corporate does that. But our stores were so different in size, and it varied. You had quite a bit of leeway based on your footprint of your store and what kind of volume you were doing. I think that was pretty much. I don't recall ever getting anything from Fort Worth. I would get some suggestions from my district manager, but other than that, I was on my own.
Yeah, because I just would think that it would be too easy to fall into the habit of just filling the place with the stuff that was selling. So you'd end up with 50% computers, 30% CB radios, and
we had certain displays that were like all the car stereos were on a certain display, and so there was certain square footage that you just had to take up for all the pegged items in the store. There were maybe 1,500 parts that we carried, and what's weird is that a lot of the catalog numbers and my wholesale costs are still in my head. That's the crazy thing. And I was talking to the last Radio Shack as it was closing because I had my own theory about what Radio Shack, why they failed. And it was because it's not because they couldn't, but somebody or a group of people in Texas chose not to compete with the internet. They actively chose not to. They had margins to compete. And one of my best examples was if you bought a stereo back then, you had a little dipole, the T antenna. Yeah. Okay, Radio Shack catalog number 42-2385. We used to pay 75 cents and sell them for $2.99. Okay, so that's, for a small part, that's typical, like that. Well, so, I don't know if any of you guys went into Radio Shack in the last 10 years, but it would annoy the hell out of me, because, excuse my language on the podcast, but I would feel like they had their marketing choice that they made was, well, we aren't going to drop our prices to compete with what you can get on the internet, so if they absolutely have to have it today, we're going to rake them over the coals to get that and you go in there one time and you'd say, gee, whatever, and then you'd never go back. You pay the price because you had to have it today, but because in my example, here's an example, 42-2385, that dipole antenna on the wall. Can you look up the wholesale costs? Because we could look up the wholesale costs on our terminals, and I said, and it was 79 cents. So in 17 years, the wholesale costs have gone up 4 cents. What do you think the price of that dipole antenna on the wall was now? It was $2.99 when I retired. $11.99. $15. He was close. $12.99. Yeah. $12.99, and it gone up 4 cents. I said, well, I probably sold more in 6 months of my little Radio Shack store in Jackson, Michigan. I probably sold more of those with a $2.25 markup than all of corporate Radio Shack sold last year at $12.99. And so I'd much rather sell a whole ton of something at a 40% markup than zero of something with 100% markup.
So were you allowed, like in your store, to put the stuff cheaper, or do you have to stick with
that's
that price?
That's a good question. No, I was a company-owned store, so I had to follow the advertised price. But when we did put together, when we sold our other big item that we sold in the store was the stereo systems back then. You had separate components on audio and everything like that.
Right.
So we have to put together package prices. If people came in, they wanted loudspeakers and a turntable and a cassette deck and a receiver and this and that, equalizer. We could put together package prices, TV antennas, all that stuff had real gross margin. We could put a discount. We could put a package price. I could compete on package prices. I could discount that. But I had a dealer store, a franchisee that was literally 12 miles from me that would sell computers for a couple $100 less than me. And then people come in my store, hey Alan, I need help with my software. And I said, well, go back out to Brooklyn, Michigan, and that's where MIS is, Michigan Speedway. And so you have to go back to that dealer where you bought it from. Well, but you're a Radio Shack store. And I said, if there's something defective with your computer, I'll fix it, under warranty, but I'm not going to spend my time debugging your software. That's why people come in here and pay the price that's in the catalog.
You got the service.
Yeah. My personal service. And they just look at me like, yeah. And I was like, this is your third computer. You already bought 2 computers from me, and you decided to spend a couple $100 less. Yeah. Well, drive 20 minutes to spend a couple $100 less on your third computer. Do you want me to debug the software on that one?
Yeah.
Sorry. No. So I'd be polite, but it's not worth my time.
Yeah, for sure.
Those are some good questions that a lot of people have thought about. But yeah, so we were a company store, and but Charles really wanted to do that, but he didn't survive, unfortunately. One thing he left out, he talked about how he always had a cigar, but on all the social activities that I ever saw him at, or everything was. On the other hand, he had a scotch on the rocks. That was his combination. It was a cigar in one hand, scotch in the other. And what I had heard, I don't know if Don would. If he remembers or not, but what I had heard, it was about 8 a.m. that he had a heart attack and died, but he had been out all night long at a poker game, and then just got home from the all-nighter. But that was the Charles Tandy that I knew, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. That was just the Texas Charles Tandy that I knew.
Cool.
Yeah, I was going to comment about the reason franchises sold a lot cheaper, especially in the early days, is they would buy the minimum computer configuration, and then they would put the third-party aftermarket parts themselves. They did a lot with the Model 3s, and a lot of times the customer would do the mail order, it would break, they would take it to the computer center, and they would expect warranty work, and we would open it and say, we're sorry, we can't. It's not ours.
Yeah.
And they would get all upset about it. And the biggest abuser of that or was a place called Merrimack Industries in Katy, Texas. They would buy literally thousands of the 4K Model 3s. I believe it was the 261060s. And they didn't, but the other franchisees would buy them up, and other mom and pop stores would put their own parts in there.
Well, speaking of Radio Shack and its past, maybe its future, do you ever want to see the big news about Adafruit has bought the Radio Shack brand?
Oh, is that true?
Who? Adafruit. Adafruit.
Adafruit?
Yeah, Arduino.
ADA Fruit.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Well, if you don't know, you won't care. So.
He cares now, though.
Yeah, well, anyway, good news, bad news? What do you think? I think it's good news.
Well, something else mentioned that they're opening up franchisees, or you can go into any location now. So before the franchisees, I was just talking to, maybe it was Don French, or another Radio Shack employee, we were all talking together outside, and that they've opened up the franchisee program to anywhere, so you can go into New York City and put a franchisee in it just to get outlets. Mm-hmm. In the old days, it was if you were in a high density urban area, it was company only. You couldn't franchisee, you couldn't get a dealership in an urban area.
That's possible. That means there's a possible resurgence of Radio Shack stores, or a brand or product?
Well, I don't know that much about the details, but it sounds cool that it could invigorate the brand, and if Radio Shack does come back, it sounds like it'll be more likely to be the kind of maker / hobbyist, whatever kind of outlet than like just another Circuit City or whatever.
That's one thing. I did have one other thing about. You heard Don French? They talked about Luke Hornfeld. You guys remember that name? Luke Hornfeld was the president for a long time. Bernie Appel. Did you guys know who Bernie Appel was?
Yeah.
He was a real boisterous guy, and he also knew who I was. And I would call him every now and then to complain or to talk about a product. Like I said, the VCRs. The first year the VCRs came out, Bernie was convinced that it was a $600 boat anchor that was just going to sit in the store. And so the first Christmas came by, and we had one of each model VCR is all we could get. And we had like dozens of people coming in and asking for as a family gift Christmas present, and I had none to sell. So it was like, oh. And when radio control toys first started coming out, all you could get was like these little $10 or $15 simple cars. And yet I was going to the hobby shop, and I could see these great, it wasn't digital yet, but I mean some really nice high-tech stuff. And we were already selling $200 telephones, and we're getting, we had $1,000 computers and stuff like that. So I'm feeling how come we aren't getting into some sophisticated radio control cars that we can change the tires, you can replace the motors, some $150, $200 things. He says, well, what do you think are some kind of a hobby shop? And I looked at him and said, yeah. It's $1,500 peg items, 1,500 pegs I got on my, oh yeah, we are. I couldn't believe this guy. He had no vision at all. It was amazing. We fought, it wasn't just computers that we fought these guys on VCRs. It was like maybe one thing after another. We just couldn't get Bernie to get into the product. And I said, oh man, we were just losing it. We could have a nice little product line there with some $200 RC cars and some tires and stuff like that.
I still have those 2 pickup trucks that were radio controlled that I bought my boys. They still work?
Yeah. Red Arrows was a real popular. We finally got into some. It took a long time, but we ended up with some successful things. But there's just some products lines that we just missed. We were followers, unfortunately, and after that's true. And that was really frustrating for us in the field. In the trenches.
I was going to say that one thing Adafruit has that harkens back to the Radio Shack days is the margins. I like Adafruit. They have a great site, lots of tutorials, but you definitely pay for your hardware there.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe that they can make money with a manufacturing facility in Manhattan. That's what they have, though, and it's working for them. So if anybody can make it successful, it seems like somebody with that kind of
they can't do
possibility.
Worse.
Yeah, they can't do any work. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you gotta stop and think. If they're in Manhattan, what's expensive to us is cheap to them.
Everybody else want to talk about what got you here, what you liked about being here, how you enjoyed the assembly so far?
Well, I got one last thing to say. I missed the golden age of aviation. I'm glad I got to live through the golden age of computers.
There you go.
I'll jump in. So I've been, I cut my teeth on Model 1, Model 3 back in the day, little kid, and my dad used to joke that I helped sell the computers in the Radio Shack store because I'd go there and hang out. I'm sure I'm not the only one either, because kids kind of picked up on this stuff and saw what was going on at the time. But and I've been kind of active in the vintage computing, and I've gone to some festivals and I've worked on emulators for quite a long time. But and I knew the CoCo community was fairly active, but I don't, for whatever reason, I never really kind of noticed that. Hey, what happened to the Z80-based TRS-80s? And then I discovered the TRS-80 Trash Talk podcast, and just recently started listening to that, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is it really hits close to home, because I learned everything. I'm an electrical engineer now, and the whole course of my life changed because of the influence of all that stuff. And I'm from Michigan, and when I saw you guys were setting up shop in Ohio for the first one, okay, I have to be here for that one. So that's the reason why I came, and I'm glad I did. So maybe next year I'll load up my minivan full of TRS-80s and set up a table here. So.
What outlet do you think you learned about Tandy assembly from? Was it from listening to the podcast that you heard?
It was, I think it was originally from the podcast, and then and then they were talking about having one, but I don't think you originally said where. And then I was thinking to myself, oh, am I going to be able to fit it in? And then when it came out that it was Ohio, it went right on the calendar there. So
You have to promote something. There's got to be ways to promote. It doesn't matter what the event is or how good it is if you can't get the word out.
Right.
And that's I suspect this was going to be huge because the CoCo Crew got me wanting to go to CoCo Fest. I'd never been to one, but when you hear somebody talking about it every month after month after month, your interest is piqued. And that was one podcast promoting one event. When you've got 3 podcasts now, Floppy Days, Trash Talkers, and the CoCo Crew, and then I jumped on too. You got a lot of bullhorns now in the air. That definitely helps, and it's an almost necessary thing, I think, to raise that awareness. And obviously, it was a success by looking at everybody here. So,
well, to quote somebody, we're going through our second childhood.
Yeah.
Well, the social media thing helped a lot too. I have a friend who I only ever talk to them on Facebook, but there's somebody who I worked with 20 years ago, and they cut their teeth on a Model 3 the same as I did. They wrote their own basic extensions, or I had lengthy conversations about it. I haven't seen the guy in 25 years, and but he was here. He's not here tonight. He was here earlier, and he'll be back. But it was really great to this actually is bringing together people who we don't normally get to talk or see each other. But I told him about Tandy Assembly the first day. He was already listening to the podcast, but he didn't know about the Tandy Assembly thing, and so just been catching up and talking about TRS-80s all day. So
it's great to hear that the podcast had that kind of influence on me, because the whole reason I started the podcast was selfish, because I didn't have anybody else to talk to. I was trying to talk to your wife about the TRS-80.
And I have another friend who I met in high school, and I was a freshman, he was a senior, and but we met because we both had TRS-80s, and our high school was good enough to teach an assembly language ZA class, and so we met through that, and and then he later worked at a Radio Shack store, and I hung out there, just to do that during the summer. So I'll bring him next year when you guys do Tandy Assembly again.
I came to ask Don French about the Tandy 10. No, seriously. I've had all kinds of different computers back in the day. I had color computers. I ran a CoCo BBS at one point. ZX81s, PC Juniors, went through all those. And then there were a number of years where I didn't get involved in computers at all, vintage computers at all. And then I wanted to relive my childhood. So I started by getting, I had that one when I was a kid. I had that one when I was a kid, played with them. And then I discovered that the internet could lead me to some pretty wild rides. I ended up on Ira Goldklang's Trash 80 site, TRS-80 site. And this was back when you could download manuals, download software. So even though I had no real roots in the Model 1, 3, 4, I could get the manuals and learn about the hardware, and then I'd go out and get on Kijiji and find the computers and put them together and build them up. And then I started getting interested in the Model 2, 12, 16, that line of business computers, because back in the day I'd go into the computer center, Radio Shack computer centers, and that was a separate room I couldn't really go into, and there were priests in there and brown binders on it, and even the lights were dimmer.
They don't let stupid kids in there either.
They didn't let the kids in there, right? And so now suddenly I could explore those computers. The manuals are all out there. Peter has been very helpful with gathering some of the manuals and software together.
He's a lot nicer than he seems, isn't he?
and so that was a whole other wild ride, right? And you could get into Xenix and 68,000 processors, and so it's about exploration and fun.
Very cool. So here, I got a question for the room. one of the biggest problems we had in the 70s and the 80s was software piracy, and that probably hurt a lot of things, and now most of us are at the point now where we can afford to pay for things. So what is everybody's philosophy right now in spending money on software in the 21st century, especially for an old thing? Is everybody kind of okay with ponying up, $20, $40 for a new through application for an old system? Anybody still think it was free then, it should be free now? What are you guys' thoughts on spending money on software today?
So I actually like supporting the devs that are still doing the work. So it's nice to see people still building new software for it. And as long as the prices aren't too crazy, yeah, I've got money now, I'll spend it. I didn't do a ton of piracy back in the day because growing up in Montana, there wasn't somebody down the street that had something in the first place.
Hey, did you know David Ladd?
And so, yeah, I think it's good. If I write any software, it's probably just going to go up for free, but I don't see any problem with devs wanting to recoup some money for the time they spend on it.
I watch pirating kill the Amiga.
Yeah.
And that's the reason I campaigned against it.
Yeah, my thing is, I never control my voice isn't loud enough. No, my thing is that I don't mind paying for it if it's well done, which what I've seen so far really has been. I'm really impressed. I mean, the thing I got today with Rick's bomb threat, and I picked up some John's software too. It's just really well done. But the other thing too is it's kind of like he said. I don't mind. Like, you guys are doing this. Yeah, you're gonna make some money off of it. You want to recoup some costs, but you're doing it because you want to put this software out there. You really have a passion to do it, and I want to support that. Versus in the 80s and 90s, it was some company / corporation who was just trying to make a buck. So to me, that's really the difference. As far as the piracy piece of it. I mean, I'm not going to say that we didn't do it all the time when I was in 8th grade in our Apple lab, but nowadays it's one of those things where I want to support that. So.
All right. Very cool. That seems to be a fairly unanimous feeling about that.
I wish there was a way that we could license all the old software.
Yeah.
And not feel guilty,
I
just settle that whole
In interviewing several of the authors that we've spoken to, I've said, well, have you considered maybe opening up PayPal on your website where people can give a donation? I call it like my Catholic guilt. I mean, if I could now pay for all the stuff I got for free now, I would have no problem doing that. And I guess most people are kind of like, no, it's okay, that's in the past. But it would be kind of neat if there was this, or it's an organization where let's take this money and let's pay it forward. Let's all contribute to something that's going to benefit mankind, or retro kind at least, So.
Well, I'll go so far as to say if you get something that's shareware, I have a couple, like Total Commander, it's shareware.
Well,
and I still, every so often, will send that guy some money.
Yeah.
Just to encourage him to keep supporting it.
That's dope.
The other thing that comes into it, because people talk about abandonware and that kind of thing, and use that to justify a lot of what communities like this might do. But the piece of it that a lot of people, I kind of looked into it just because I was interested to see what it was and where it went. There's a company might have made a piece of software. That company was bought, or the rights for that company was bought by another company and another company, So you could have this software embedded in some company's rights that they don't even know they own it, but they do. So to be able to ferret that out and get that out front would be probably a huge challenge in my estimation.
Going back to paying for newly developed software, the model I've seen that I really like is when an author is like, yeah, you can just go download this image and use my software, but if you want a box and all that other stuff that goes with it. And so with Popstar Pilot, buying that artifact was more important than buying the software on it, because you could get that other way. So I think for devs that are looking to do that, that might be a way to go, where you're like, yeah, everybody can have this software, but we have this premium experience that you can buy into, and it's a lot better.
Yeah, Yeah, like the full package. Yeah.
I know that Nox Archaeus is coming out with a new game for the Apple II that's going to be freely downloadable, but they have a Kickstarter out, and so they have a full art box that you can buy into with feelies like you would get back in the day. I think they're going to have a fabric map or something in there, so some of that stuff really makes it attractive to pay significant amounts. Like that box with the feelies is over $100, but it was a no-brainer for me to be, I want the whole thing I would have gotten back in the day, even though I know I can just go download the software.
If that business model works, just ask Red Hat. Fedora's free, but if you want the support, you get the Red Hat Executive or Enterprise.
Sure, it's that's a complicated subject. I don't think anybody want to delve into the depths of free software right now. But if you really want to talk about that stuff, catch me out by myself. We'll talk.
All right, so we're going to wrap it up in 5 minutes. We'll wrap it up. Well, I mean, I definitely want to thank all the founders of Tandy Assembly for creating Tandy Assembly and all the podcasters for creating this content that's helped inspire me and educate me. It's been very educational listening to these shows, and as well as entertaining and everything else. And obviously, thank you guys all for being here. Great show. Anybody got anything you want to say in the last 5 minutes?
I got a question for you. Did Irma hit you real hard?
What's that?
Did Irma hit you real hard?
Not me. But here's what we need to do. Okay, I'm going to count to 3, and we need to record this. There's 3 words we need to say together. And those 3 words are ease of use, okay? So when I say 3 in unison, we are all going to say ease of use. Can we all do that together? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Ease of use. All right, there we go.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marionettes, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation, Nitrous 9, is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual, and yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
New from Infinitum Technology, CoCo C, the RS-DOS-based C programming language development system. No need for OS 9. It features a screen-oriented text editor created by none other than Bob Vanderpool. And the CoCo C compiler is a full-featured K&R-style integer compiler that includes a library with more than 90 functions. You get a full assembler, linker, and the command coordinator, a friendly menu system that allows you to move seamlessly between editor, compiler, assembler, and linker. And CoCo C includes both the CoCo 2 and CoCo 3 versions. CoCo C, the RS-DOS C development system, is just $59.95 from Infinitum Technology.
CoCo 2 requires a minimum of 64K.
And the CoCo Crew Podcast would also like to present John Linville's talk, Keeping the CoCo in the Game. This was also recorded live at Tandy Assembly 2017 in Chillicothe, Ohio.
So I didn't really prepare anything.
Good talk.
Yeah, good.
Sometimes those are the best talks.
Well, so, I kind of had in mind what I wanted to talk about, and I just never quite got around to writing anything down. It's kind of anticipating a little bit bigger audience, but anyway, so basically what I want to talk about is kind of a little bit of my story, but a lot of you may already know it, and a little bit of an issue builder that will kind of talk, and sort of the efforts that I've taken over the years, kind of what I feel like to build the hobby out, and hopefully lead to this event. So the idea was maybe to inspire some of the TRX and the Z80 folks and how they could go out their community more. I don't see a lot of them in the audience, but anyway, I guess we're on video somewhere. I'm not sure. We were, I think. So where do we start then? Well, so for years, I've been going out to do the CoCo Fest in Chicago. I actually started taking interest in CoCo as a hobby basically right out of college, so it dates back to '94. And of course, at that point, I soon discovered there were these fools in Chicago that would meet up and have this CoCo Fest every year. And I thought, wow, I like old computers, but I'm not a nut. Those guys are nuts, right? So, anyway, so I had my little us versus them part of the hobby for a while. Then in the year 2000, there was an event in, it's called PenFest 2000, which is a CoCo Fest-like event held in the Pittsburgh area. And it happened to be that my mother-in-law lived not far from there. And so we were already planning to go up there for a visit, or maybe I manipulated it a little bit, I'm not sure. One way or another, we ended up there on the same weekend. And so I escaped from my in-laws long enough to visit PenFest 2000. Not CoCo Fest, but kind of close. And I loved it. Great. It's awesome, right? So I started, after that, I said, well, they're not going to do these CoCo Fest forever. So I better start getting out there to CoCo Fest. And so, 2001, we went out there, which was, we left our 1-year-old at home with Grandma. And we flew that time, and then next year I think we drove because we needed a vehicle so we could actually carry home stuff from the auction. And was Sarah well, not quite a newborn, 2 months at that point, the first year we drove out there? Yeah. So imagine driving across the country with a 2-month-old baby. That's fun. We continued to do that kind of drive for years. The poor boy, he didn't get to go for years. He was too much, I guess. But Chris would come and she'd entertain the kids. And so a lot of people that have been going to CoCo Fest for years never met Chris. He lived through there the same year. Anyway, so CoCo Fest was cool and I love it. That's really the point I'm trying to make. It was great to go and be around people and see projects that were happening in the community. Fine, but always I wanted to be one of the people doing something. I wanted to be Boise Pete. At that point, he was doing a lot of work, technical work, like on Nitrous 9. And I just never quite put it together in my personal life or whatever to take time to do these things. And, I just never got around to it. Basically what it amounted to. And then eventually I did kind of put together a talk and, a little bit and contribute a little bit. But, I don't know, over time it seemed like CoCo Fest was waning a little bit. The guys doing it were getting a little older. Maybe they were, I won't say tired, but, it was getting a little bit stale, perhaps. And, well, I guess the real point is when I did a project where I did a video player for the CoCo 3, which ironically is a bit like the project we just was just talked about in this room. And it was a cool project. I thought it was a cool project. And some people liked it. Neil liked it. But the community kind of collectively yawned at it. I was really disappointed. It's like, hey, I just did this cool project and you guys don't have enough energy to say anything nice. In fact, some people said, well, that's stupid. I would never watch anything on that. Like, wow, thanks for the, there was enough positive feedback to live on, I guess what you say, and I kind of kept going a little bit, and then back in, I guess it was 2012, I was working with a local baker group, kind of trying to get that started, and I kind of said, I'm going to write a video game for my old computer, and just kind of inspire other people to do projects. And then, so I had a little time off around Christmas time. And so I started working on it, and they said, oh, you know what, Retro Challenge is coming around. And if you're not familiar with Retro Challenge, it's been around for a while, but basically it's you know, a bunch of geeks that get together on the internet and do their own projects for a month, and they blog about it, and then they kind of have a little judging and give away some goofy prizes. Anyway, so I said, well, maybe I can combine this with a Retro Challenge thing. And so I blogged about it some. And the point being that I started writing about my project, and people got excited about that. I met new friends. Eventually met Simon Jonason that way from my blog. You know, kind of, there's a little bit of a community that formed up around the project, which is cool. And there was a little more positive feedback. The old guard still kind of a little so-so on it, but you know, there's a way to get through it. Kind of get around. It's kind of like going around the media. You know, it's kind of like getting around the old guard and reach out to some new folks who might be interested in projects or whatever. But anyway, it worked for me, and so Farfall was sort of my first game, and it kind of grew into a bigger project over time. Thank you. So at some point I was somewhere trying to demo Farfall, and I had trouble loading the code off my cell phone through the cassette port. I said, you know, damn it, I always thought Farfall should be a cartridge, but at that point, you couldn't get cartridge cases unless you wanted to scrap an old one or whatever, right? So I'm not sure what I saw or how I thought of it, but I thought, you know, maybe I could cast a case out of plastic. So I started messing around and figured out how to cast plastic resin into cartridge cases. So this is one of my first cartridge cases cast out of plastic, which is kind of cool. And eventually, I did a run of these, about 12 of them, took them to CoCo Fest, and that generated a little bit of a rush, and it's a little more excitement. Still kind of beyond for some people, but anyway, they don't look like these. I sold so many I didn't even get one. They were red. But I did the labels look like this. I'm not sure what they still look like. Anyway, so I moved the project forward, blogged about how to cast plastic, blogged about the packaging I was doing, got more positive people in. People started talking to me about Farfall. People started showing up to CoCo Fest. Hey, I wanted to get Farfall. It's kind of cool, right? So it builds up from there. And the thing is with the plastic cases, man, they are a pain in the butt to make. And they're all right. They're a little brittle. They require sanding. And a lot of them get messed up in the first, you know, they don't even come out right. So just come out with the cases. And was having breakfast with Boise at the BCF Southeast. And he said, you know, I've been talking to Mark Siegel, who's a character from the past of the Radio Shack or whatever. And Mark does injection molding stuff these days, and he can hook us up. Maybe we can do an injection molded cartridge. I said, man, I've heard of that, but that's crazy amounts of money. He said, no, I don't think it's going to be that bad. so I looked into it, and we actually got a deal where a couple of us could get together, put up a little money, kind of goofy money, but not crazy money. And so now we've got cartridge cases, and so now I don't have to make them myself, right? And so the project kind of built, we just extended our community out. Now this wouldn't have existed if I hadn't done that. Nobody would have thought, oh, but why bother? Nobody wants to, right? Well, I did this project in the open and said, how can we improve it? And somebody came along and said, well, let's make it better. So now we've got these cases, and got enough of them. I'm not only going to use it for my own projects, I can extend them out to other people's projects. And I think it's been pretty cool. But anyway, I hope everybody's bought some of these, by the way. But I've done some other stuff. It's kind of along the same lines. There'll be problems. I'll try to solve something for myself. And rather than just solve it for myself, I'll usually try to blog about it. And it gets people involved and people excited. Sometimes they do their own projects or whatever. So, like, here's one I was seeing people were having trouble getting CoCo joysticks. I don't think they're that rare, but for a while people were complaining about it. And so I went and figured out how to source a box and a gimbal, some arcade parts, and I figured out how to cut the box and not look like a moron that had done it. So I built my own joystick and blogged about that a little bit. And people showed up at CoCo and said, I want to see your joystick. Which at first sounds wrong, but I want to see the thing you built. Let's put it that way. I even put a little stupid label on the back, arcade domination. People do over to buy them. The problem being that these are also kind of a pain in the butt to make. It's fun to make for myself.
Do you have any cheap Canadian labor to help with?
Well, you might would help. But anyway, but this is one where one project kind of led to another. I think I did this one first. But some people said, well, you know what, this is great, but it's still an analog joystick, and it's kind of hard to play some games with that, whatever. And so I got to thinking, and I found the Sega Master System joypad. It's got the right number of buttons to match up with a CoCo 3, and they're not that hard to find. So I got to looking on the inside and figuring out it wasn't that hard to hack one of these. So I did a hack on this. And again, blogged about it, got people somewhat interested. I don't know, that's the key, right? Do your project and get out there, let people talk about it. People take interest. But so there were a few people that tried to replicate this project. Neil went a little farther and replicated another project with an actual arcade stick, but it's basically the same circuit. So anyway, but then people complain about this. Oh, I'd like to use like kind of a controller, but I don't want to cut one up. I don't want to hack it, solder it, whatever. So, okay, well, how do you do that? All right, well, eventually figured out, well, there used to be adapters in the community for Atari style joysticks, which are pretty much the same, that would plug into the CoCo. So I looked into it, designed a circuit, laid it out, got the boards produced. Then I immediately outsourced production to Canada. So now if you want to use a Atari style joystick with a CoCo, you can buy a reasonably priced adapter. It comes in a nice plastic box, got nice straight cuts on it, a label, precise soldering of DIN connectors. You might ask, why are there 3 DIN connectors? Well, I enhanced the design a little bit so you can plug the extra DIN connector into the serial port, and through software control you can exercise the extra buttons on a Sega Genesis controller. Unfortunately, I've neglected to write any games that do that. I do have a test code that'll do it, but so we need a game that uses the extra buttons, but it's one of those, doing projects, letting the community know, see where they're at, seeing what they complain about, because they always will. But, it's a way to engage with people. When people get engaged and they want to do things, they want to go and they want to go to events, and they want to support people that are developing your thing and other things or whatever. So I mentioned the injection molded cases, right? Well, we have a lot of these between me and Mike in Boise. There's a lot of these out there, more than I'm likely to use. So I did a little design and thought, well, one way to use the cases is to build some hardware. So I'm sure many of you will recognize that as a prototyping PCB. Of course, it's designed specifically to fit those cartridges. So Mike has these available. If Mike ever runs out, I'll be sure to make some too. Anyway, you can get these, you can get the cases, you can do your own project. Probably is. Well, and after a while, I thought, well, I don't see anybody doing that. Why is nobody doing that? Oh, well, maybe we need to do a project and blog about it. So one of the problems with CoCo that a lot of people say is that there's no sound chip on it. So any audio you do has to be driven by the CPU. And so I found the sound chip. That's the chip that's in the Tandem 1000. So I used one of the proto boards and built up a prototype. And using that, I was hoping this was going to kickstart a little bit of a prototype PCB business. I'm guessing it didn't. But anyway, silence for mic and everything. But anyway, if you do feel like building a little prototype circuit on a cartridge, we do have the parts available. You can get them. And this is, you can see this is the audio chip, and there's a fair number of extra space left over if you want to add lights or sound or any other sound or whatever. Anyway, these are available in the community. Actually, Mike can make money off them. I don't make any money off them, but you can buy them yourself. I'm just saying I'm not advertising for me, but for the community, if you want to do a project, there are resources available out there. Also, I did, this is one of my prototype I did for the joypad adapter. If anybody cares, you want to buy it, $10, you know. Let's see, is that all my show and tell? Oh yeah, so we got the molded plastic cartridges, and some people thought that was pretty cool stuff, right? And so turns out someone in the community works in a print shop, and he knows how to make die-cut boxes. Tim Linder, that's right. And so he designed a die-cut box that is a replica of the boxes that Tandy sold with their ROM packs. The boxes he sold are very like the Tandy ones, and they have a window cut out here. But he offered me a chance to customize my box, so I left this no window, and I just put a label on here to differentiate the product. But you know, this is from being out in the community, saying this is what we got, and having somebody else say, well, if you got that, maybe you want this. And made the product better, I think, made the world better, or at least for us. So, you know, if you hadn't been talking about it, it wouldn't have happened. So I guess that's the biggest thing. If you're part of a community that you love, and it's not enough, you know, there's 10 people and you want 20. You got to talk about it, right? You have to stand up and say, I love this stuff. This is great stuff. Come on out, hang out with us. Come talk geek for a while. You got to get up, you got to dance a little bit. Say, this is what we want. Show up and you know, come and talk to us. And yeah, okay, Chicago's, it's the middle of the country, but it's a little far from some people, you know. Chillicothe, kind of in the middle of nowhere, but it's closer for some people. So, nice town. I love Chillicothe. You know, I guess that's really the key I want to make is, you know, if you want the community to thrive and be bigger or whatever, you need to be proud of it. You need to be proud of what you're doing, proud of the projects you do, proud of the people, other people doing projects. Now, this is one of the things that I feel like has changed over the past few years. We've brought in other people that are maybe with some more similar mindset about telling people, hey, good job on that. All right, and one of them, back in the back of the room, Mr. Steve Strobridge, he's one of the people we discovered kind of early on in the podcast. Said, who is this fool making CoCo videos? He's like, well, we'll figure out who that guy is, right? And he's come in, he's been a big part of the community the past couple of years. And like I said, he's grown his own podcast. And, you know, those guys, you get on, they talk about the latest projects. And, you know, they're a little rough on David Ladd, but should be. But other than that, they're pretty supportive of each other and supportive of the community. It's a lot healthier. It's a lot nicer. You know, it's discouraging to take some time working on your project. And part of your brain is saying, "Why are you doing this silly thing?" You say, "Well, I'm doing it because I love it," but it's still silly. Now, I've got some friends that like it, right? And you go out and take it to your friends, and your friends will go, that's discouraging, right? But if your friends will say, wow, that's cool, how does it work? it's a lot nicer. It's a lot more validating. And so this is where we're at in the CoCo community. We've got, we've had this major event for years that continues partly through its own momentum. And I'm glad it's still there. I don't know how long it'll last, but we thought, well, it might be nice to have another event. So 3 of us got together. We added in a couple more with the trash talkers, and we made it happen, right? And 80 some people showed up. That's a huge thing. Literally, if you build it, they will come, or they did come. We built it and they came. It's amazing to me. It helps that we had some headline talent to show up. Praise the Lord. But it's they wouldn't have been able to come here if we didn't have an event. So I would definitely like to maybe challenge the Z80 based TRI-80 folks to continue what they've been doing and continue to cooperate with us, and also maybe reach out on their own for their own gatherings or whatever. Certainly to keep going on their podcast, which is a great thing to entertain me. But also would like to reach out to the Tandy 1000 folks. I mean, there's got to be a bunch of you. There's got to be a ton of Tandy 1000 folks out there. You got a Yahoo group, but where's the meetup? Come on now, guys, you can do the meetup, right? Where's the podcast? Anybody can do a podcast. Look at us. It's not that hard. So get out, build your community, show us what your projects are, show us what you do, show us how you have fun. And that's what it takes, is somebody to get up, be the clown maybe, but stand up and do your thing. Just say, hey, I made this stupid thing, what do you think? Somebody's got to stand up and do it. Well, anyway, I think that's pretty much the point I wanted to make. I don't, like I said, I didn't prepare very much, so I'll just dance a little and dance a little. And I do the dancing demon thing. That's about it. But so I'll return the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you open for Q&A?
Oh, sure. Anyone have questions?
Yeah. So you mentioned that you started blogging, and that a lot of things have been foreign concepts to me, like listening to podcasts, reading blogs. These are new things for me. But and that's kind of how you got discovered. So your reaction you felt was fairly positive, and that kind of helped.
Yeah, mostly. I mean, anytime you put something on the internet, you might not like the comments, right?
Yeah. A common theme is you mentioned that at any time you have done something, somebody has complained about something to complain about, right? So the internet's full of trolls. But I think what I've sensed here is that you've done some projects, you blogged about them, the kind of affirmation you received kind of helped fuel you to do more things. But what I've seen is that how you are now stimulating this community, I think, has inspired hundreds of people, because you got me to go to CoCo Fest. You got me listening to your podcast. You got me aware of all these things. So I think maybe part of that experience of you wanting to do something and then feeling that validation, maybe consciously or subconsciously, that just trickled over to what you're doing at the podcast, because the validation you give everybody is, I think, really sparking this revival for everything that's happening right now. So I definitely want to say thank you for everything you have done in the CoCo Crew, and Neil and Mike and Boise and everybody else, because you're making people feel appreciated.
Well, thank you. That's good. I'm very glad to hear that.
Same here. I mean, that's the reason why I come, because of you guys, like you doing these things. I just think it's phenomenal.
So most of us are probably old enough to remember an old TV commercial for a hair care product, and it's so great that you'll tell 2 friends, and they'll tell 2 friends, and they'll tell 2 friends, and so on and so on and so on. That's kind of where it's at. You do your project, you talk about it, and maybe, like I said, maybe you only inspire one more person to do their project. But if they talk about it, maybe they inspire someone, and at some point it rolls. And the more people that do those projects, I mean, that's why I'm here. more than anything is I do my projects and talk about them because I want to see other people's projects and see them talk about them. I was delighted the first time I saw this TRS vid project. And I didn't know the guy or anything, but it's like, wow, that's cool. Anybody's project should show up. It's cool to see them. And the stuff on Facebook pops up. Even the stuff with the weird FPGAs and Nitrous 9 or whatever. But anyway, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. And
what's next for your next project?
Well, I don't know. Probably as far as actual projects, like I said, I really want to do a game that at least it uses those 3 buttons or 4 buttons on the controllers. Okay. I'd probably like to do something that's a CoCo 3 game because I've mostly done CoCo 1 and 2 stuff. But I'm not entirely sure. I've been thinking about some kind of space tank kind of thing or whatever, but we'll see. Other than that, the podcast takes a little time. Sometimes it takes away some of the free time that would go to projects, but I don't know. We'll work it out. We've kind of been getting a little more ahead lately on some stuff, so maybe we'll be able to have a block of free time together a little better.
Well, I know John Strong has mentioned he's going to be releasing 2 titles of the Game Master cartridge.
Yeah.
Are you planning on doing anything to take advantage of that sound chip yourself?
Yeah, I would like to. So if nothing else, Farfall does have music in it. It should be as trivial comes, at least, to convert that to the hardware. I would like to do that. It's just a matter of finding enough ground to it.
Cheap Canadian labor.
Exactly. But I think that'll be coming. I know Neil is always desperate for another edition of Farfall. Yeah. I'm afraid his Farfall shelf is going to break off the
wall. As far as other developers, do you feel like people are embracing the cartridge and the circuit board
some, I mean, not what I anticipated.
Yeah.
We see some almost outright antagonism from certain sources.
Yeah.
People want to do their own thing. Okay, I mean, that's why we're here, right? Scratch your own itch, whatever. Mm-hmm. If I can't help you, then I can't help you, right? I mean,
right. I mean, you've gone out of your way to give everybody the tools they need to succeed.
And if your itch is to make your own PCB, or if your itch is to print your own cases or whatever, that's what you should do. Mm-hmm. But if you just want to get a game on cartridge, I can help you with that.
Yeah, you have. You helped Rick. If you could do the cartridge over again, would you change anything, like maybe a little door on the side so people wanted to output from it or anything like that? Or
I don't know. It's kind of hard to know what would be useful to accommodate. What accommodations aren't distractions? You know what I mean? Right. Like you could have a slot in the back for an SD card or something. Yeah. We talked about. We've been criticized for putting the screw on the top instead of the bottom where the label covers the screw. I kind of like it that way, but I mean, I'm making them to sell games.
Right.
But if you're buying them to have a cartridge that you need to open up, well, it's a little inconvenient, but I don't know. The one screw the label never bothered me much, but.
Don't put a label on it.
Right, or don't label it.
That's how they were made back in the day, wasn't it?
What's that? Yeah.
That's how they were made back in the day, wasn't it?
Under the screw under the label. Yeah. That was kind of my main thing, and it's like, well, I don't know. It makes sense to me. I didn't want to see the screw, but
yeah, we had to dig into the label back in the day. We can do it now.
Right. Well, I mean, you can produce a label. Some of them can be cut with holes in them and whatever, so it's not that hard. Of course, it's a little harder to put them on if you have to line up a hole, but. It can be done. You can make them shorter too.
There's that guy on the Facebook page that was posting all the labels that he had rebuilt up.
Reproduction labels.
Yeah, those are cool.
SD card things. Yeah, there's such a renaissance and people coming up with all these little things. It's so neat to see all this stuff right now.
Yeah.
Did you say you had all the parts and everything here to build like the
the board with the sound chip on?
No, I don't have the parts. Sorry.
That's fine. I'd like to get one and start tinkering with this.
Yeah, so I haven't quite decided on the boards. John Strong wants to buy boards. I was kind of reluctant, but I think I'm going to sell him some boards. I'm planning to sell him some boards. But I haven't really decided how wide I want to go with that. But there are other people who want them too.
Yeah, I was just curious if there's going to be, if you're going to have one that you can put out there for people to start playing code on.
Yeah, I understand. Well, so if you want to code against the design, you can use MES or MAME today.
Oh, okay.
It's in the latest versions since, I forget the version, but
186, I think.
A couple of months at least. So you can run the code. There is a demo round that I made that's out there if you just want to hear it play.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But I'm not entirely happy with the design. That's part of why I haven't publicized it, just whatever. But I mean, it works, but it's it's a little big. The board itself probably costs a little more than it ought to. Probably could use some amplification on the output, but I mean, it's loud enough to fill the hall at CoCo Fest, but you never know. None of us turn up the TV volume, but it'll be fine. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I know that you and Boise go on a lot of the other festivals and stuff for the retro computers. How does the TRS-80 and the color computers stack up with against Commodores, Amigas, and
in terms of representation?
Right. The community,
Usually when I've exhibited at other events, I'm the only one, only CoCo. You see a few other TRS-80s. Sometimes you see one other CoCo or an MC-10 and whatever. So we don't see a lot at these other events, and some of them, like VCF East in New Jersey, has a lot of big iron representation. It's kind of a different crowd. Now VCF Southeast is pretty much nothing but microcomputers. So we probably should see more, and I think we do see a few there, but they usually have they set up a video wall with like 3 or 4 machines with projectors, and you can play games on the wall. And usually one of them is a CoCo, along with a VCS or whatever, 2600. So I don't know, yeah, you don't see a ton of representation at other events. I don't think so, do you, Boise?
I've seen a CoCo at every event I went to this year.
Oh, good.
We had a guy, VCF East that had a CoCo set up.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah, I mean, you'll see one. You won't see a lot of them, but you will see one.
Well, that's good.
Or you got one guy at VCF East had the Alice there too.
Yeah, that's right.
The Alice.
Yes, that's right.
So Bruce Moore, another Canadian, says that the CoCo Crew inspired me to do Forest of Doom. So they're talking about inspiring people in the community to do projects, right? Eric is watching us and says John has been pivotal in bringing everyone together.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very cool stuff.
So it's mostly Commodore?
What's that?
Like you're saying, well, there's one CoCo. So what's the rest?
There was a lot of Commodore, there was a lot of Atari, especially VCF Southeast, I'd say, is a lot of Atari, because part of it is the Atlanta Historical Computing Society. Did I go out? But I think there's an Atari club that's part of that. Yeah, the battery's dead.
I'll switch now, I guess.
What's the big iron that you saw?
Well, I mean, there's machines so old they have like individual names, like machines from the 50s or whatever that I don't even remember them all.
They had a Tektronix graphical terminal in New Jersey.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine, IBM 360 or...
I have seen they have some old military stuff that's like it's on a tractor trailer.
My original love was the PDP-8i.
Oh, yeah.
My first love.
Thank you. Have you got one of those PDP-8 kits? Have you seen those?
No, I wish I had one.
I think they're still available. I'm not sure. I've seen
like a couple $100, yeah.
I think the same guy's going to do a PDP-11 too.
Wow.
Any other questions, comments? How do you like the show?
Love it.
Awesome. Success. Has anybody got any complaints about the show? I'm really curious. Is there anything it's all great except
too short?
Too short. Too short.
Next time, have the cash bar be an open bar.
Well, the auction was so good that maybe. No promises. Maybe we should have the bar before the auction.
Maybe doing something Friday night for the early riders.
Yeah, an organized Friday night thing.
Please bid responsibly.
Yeah, Friday night, I mean, that might be cool. We might need an extra organizer just to handle a Friday night event because everybody's got something to do Friday night. But it's a thought. I mean, cool.
Maybe just a short intermission around lunchtime.
Yeah, I think that if there is, it's not a complaint, but the problem with these shows is that with the back-to-back speaking, it's hard to breathe in between and like be in both places. Again, every year I find myself more here at the.
That's probably the top of our list.
At the laptops, just not enough time there. You can't be in both places. You need to be. These things are literally two shows at the same time.
Maybe we could put a video screen on the other side.
Yeah, but it's not the same. You kind of want the people here.
Yeah, sure.
So that's so you can't qualify that as a complaint, but it's just a.
It's not a complaint. I mean,
but like maybe a lunch, like at 12 o'clock, have it be a lunch break instead of another.
Yeah, I think we were. I think the schedule could sustain some improvements.
It's jam-packed, and for your first event to have this much activity is great. So I'll take the activity over the lack of.
Honestly, I'm really impressed with the show floor. So if we did on the show floor, it's going to be so nice. Maybe we would have said no. We don't need quite so many speakers.
Honestly.
I mean, have you ever seen constructions like that at the show floor? We've got big girders and stuff. It's like an industry event, you know.
The keynote speakers you've got some heavyweights in there, so to line that up is impressive, and you saw the draw.
Yeah, I have a suggestion, although it's going to sort of expose me as an idiot. I would like it if we had the first and last names, not just Rick A.
Yeah.
Because people are coming to me and saying, "Hi, Rick. How's it going?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, pretty good." I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but who are you? Oh, I'm Mike Rowan.
No.
I was like, oh, I totally know who you are. But until you said that, I didn't know.
Yeah, okay. That might be, let's set the precedent of writing their last names on, that'd be good. I like the badges though. Mike came up with these.
Are these coasters by any chance?
Yeah,
why not?
It's a coaster with a sticker on it.
Yes, it is. So you turn it over, set down, it's got another purpose. So don't put it on the list.
Yeah, I've been telling everybody I'm the other John L.
Nice, yeah.
I tell them I'm the less smart John L.
Less well known. How about that?
Yeah, there you go. That too.
All right. Anything else? Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to the event. Get back out there, support our vendors.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me. It's Original Gamer Stevie Stroh. Gameplay goodness. Gameplay goodness. Gameplay goodness. All right, people. Gameplay goodness. Thank you so much. Gameplay goodness. Yeah. Gameplay goodness.
Are you ready for this?
Gameplay goodness. Yeah. Gameplay goodness.
Are you ready for this?
Gameplay goodness. Yeah. Gameplay goodness. Gameplay goodness. This is how we like to do it. Gameplay goodness. All right, people. Gameplay goodness.
If you're into gaming on the CoCo, then tune in to the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh. See live gameplay, watch interviews with game authors, and be part of the fun. Original Gamer Stevie Stroh, only on YouTube.
Drop it low.
Gameplay goodness. All right, people. Gameplay goodness.
To the floor.
Gameplay goodness. Yeah. Gameplay goodness. Yeah. That's great.
I'm in love with the CoCo. I'm in love with the CoCo. Fruity Pebbles that CoCo.
Welcome back to the Games Corner. Before I get into a talk here, I'd like to admit something to all of you. I am addicted to ROM cartridges. There, I said it. I just can't get enough of them. Whenever I see a new game being programmed, I just hope that the developer chooses to do a ROM cartridge. I also don't mind helping to produce them, as I know they can take time to build and assemble. I helped out on the first batch of the flooded game cartridges for the CoCo under John Linville's Retro Tinker brand. One of the main reasons why I love cartridges so much is from the expression that's being kicked around in the community lately and on CoCo Talk. Ease of use. Nothing easier than popping a cartridge into a computer and pushing the power switch on. Anyone could use a cartridge, even if they don't know anything about the CoCo. It doesn't get any more ease of use than that. I also like them because cartridges will stand the test of time. If you end up having too many in your collection, you can always bury them in your backyard, just like Atari did. Okay, enough with the cartridge rant and on with the show. On this segment, I will be reviewing a game called Bomb Threat, coded by the legendary Rick Adams, who also brought us Temple of Rom in Shanghai back in the day. We are very lucky and honored at Tandy Assembly to have Rick Adams come join us and give a talk on his new/old game he created. I say old because Rick actually had this game coded back in 1984, but unfortunately Tandy never published it, and after all these years, Rick had lost a source code to it. All that was left over was a VHS tape his son Joel found, with the gameplay of Bomb Threat on it. So what did Rick decide to do earlier this year? You guessed it. He recoded the game from scratch. After all these years of not programming in 6809 assembly language, he picked it right up and went at it again. Before you know it, at the end of September, Rick had the game completed. Just in time for John over at Retro Tinker to start flashing and assembling the new ROM cartridges. Rick's son Joel is also a very talented graphics artist, and he designed the game cartridge labels. Well, the planets aligned, and there were Bomb Threat cartridges available for sale at Tandy Assembly. Rick was signing these cartridges upon request. Such an amazing looking package, with the original box, manual insert, game cartridge, and professional stickers made. It seriously felt like I was going back in time buying one of these. Also to note, Rick used a Radio Shack catalog number of 84-2017. How cool is that? 84 being the first year the game was made originally, and 2017 the game being recoded and finished. If anyone wants to buy one of these game cartridges, you can try and get a hold of John Linville, but I believe there's only 1 or 2 left. Not sure if and when another production run of these cartridges will be made. However, Rick is selling this game on a CD, also with the same custom graphics label. You just have to copy the disk image file from CD onto your SD card if you're using a CoCo SDC. You can also use DriveWire, or if you really want to go retro, you can copy it onto a real floppy disk. Alright, a brief rundown on the actual game. It was coded by Rick Adams in 2017, requires a color computer 1, 2, or 3, with I'm going to guess 32K RAM? That I'm actually not sure about, because it doesn't seem to be written anywhere. All my CoCos have 64K and up, so don't hold me to this. It is an arcade-style game with static screen levels. You are in a warehouse driving a forklift tractor. The object is to drive your forklift and move all the boxes of merchandise away from the bombs. Or, if you're feeling risky, you can move the bombs away from the merchandise. However, any one of those bombs can go off at any random time. Sounds easy? Well, there's definitely another twist. Sometimes even a good box of merchandise has a bomb hidden inside it, and at random, it will reveal itself and go off. Once all the bombs have blown up, you will get points for each box of merchandise left over that didn't get taken out with a bomb. You will then advance to the next level. I've been having a lot of fun playing this game. I find the gameplay very addicting, and it keeps you wanting to break your high score. Well, there you have it, another quality game for your color computer. Reach out to Rick Adams or John if you'd like to purchase this game. I highly recommend it, and I'm not just saying that because I met Rick in person. This really is a quality, fun game. Until next month, game on, and happy CoCo gaming.
After these messages,
We'll be right back.
You're listening to the CoCo Crew Podcast, a delicious adventure into the world of retro computing news and information. Featuring Tandy Color Computer.
Well, we have reached the end of episode 29. This has definitely been a whirlwind but fun month with Tandy Assembly, And speaking of Tandy Assembly, we would like to thank Stevie Strobridge, the original gamer, for doing all our live YouTube streaming and for being a sponsor. We would also like to thank all of you who did sponsor or donate towards our event, and all of you who came out. Without all of you, Tandy Assembly would have not been successful like it was. So we thank you for that. As usual, I'd like to thank our host Sean Linville for providing all the news articles each month. Also like to thank Myro, or Mike Rowan, for making those amazing commercials you hear each month, and Boise Pete for joining us again. We also can't forget to thank Stevie Strobridge for giving us some of your time to record an interview. Last but not least, we'd like to thank each and every one of you who listen to our podcast each month and for your feedback. Well, until next month, spend some time with your CoCo, especially now that the colder weather's here, for most of us that is, and stay tuned for episode 30.